Chapter 38:10. There was a saying, don't show off your wealth. Ling Han gave out 200 Dao stones in one go. What did this mean? He was rich, extremely rich. Such a fat sheep, who wouldn't want to slaughter it? Lu Menglin didn't want to sell the ancestral land. He just wanted to keep Ling Han so that he could invite the sex experts to suppress Ling Han. He really wanted to keep it for himself, but he could vaguely sense Ling Han's strength, so he didn't dare to act rashly. So, to be on the safe side, it was better to invite a few more senior brothers from the sect. It wouldn't do if he was too strong, or the other party would turn the tables. I'll invite senior brother Yang, senior brother Zhang, senior brother Li, and senior sister Tian. Normally, the five of them had a good relationship, and had also explored ancient sites together, developing a certain level of tacit understanding. He immediately sent out a message through the star web, asking the four to rush over as soon as possible. When Ling Han returned to the inn, the Empress asked, "How did it go?" Generally speaking, it went smoothly, but there might be some twists and turns. Ling Han smiled. He didn't know what Lu Menglin was planning, but the latter's change was too fast, making him feel that things weren't so simple. The Empress only nodded, not taking it to heart at all. She was such a tsundere person. Ling Han couldn't help but be moved. He picked up the Empress and strode towards the bedroom. "Niu wants to play too." Seeing this, Niu hurriedly ran in. Giving birth was such a fun thing, how could she miss it? Time passed quickly, and 3 days later, Ling Han went to take over the house. He brought the Empress, Niu, and the others with him. Please. The guard was enthusiastic and polite, inviting Ling Han and the others into the living room, only to see that Lu Gaoxi and Lu Menglin were already waiting for them. Ling Han brushed his hand over the table, and a pile of Dao stones appeared. He said indifferently, 200 Dao stones are here. Lu Menglin shook his head. "I'm really sorry, someone offered a higher price. I won't sell this house." There was such a coincidence. Within 3 days, someone else took a fancy to this place. Of course, Ling Han didn't believe it. He smiled and said, "Oh, there are other buyers?" "Of course." With a loud laugh, 4 people walked out of the room. They were 3 men and 1 woman, and all of them were extremely young. "Han Lin, if you still want this mansion, you'll have to increase the price." Lu Menglin shrugged. Ling Han ignored him. He looked at Lu Gaoxi and said, "Lu family head, what do you say?" Lu Menglin couldn't help but reveal a hint of anger. Ling Han skipped him and directly asked his father. Wasn't this clearly disregarding his existence? Lu Gaoxi, on the other hand, was extremely embarrassed. He was not an overly greedy person, and from his original intention, he did not want to sell the ancestral home at all. However, since his son had agreed to it, he did not object anymore. After all, he later found out how shocking the value of 200 Dao stones was. However, he had just found out that his son had gone back on his word and tricked the other party. What could he say now? "Scram if you can't afford it," Tian Lijing, the only woman among the 4 people who had walked out, said disdainfully. Still acting? All right, I'll play with you. Ling Han extended his hand and stored all the Dao stones on the table into his spatial artifact. Then, he nodded towards the Empress and the others, indicating for them to get up and leave. "Wait." Among the 4 of them, a red-clothed man immediately called out. His name was Yang Yuanxi. "You can leave, but leave your spatial artifact behind." The man in green said. He was Li Jingping. "Otherwise, leave your life behind." The blue-clothed man, Zhang Yuan, also said coldly. Ling Han laughed and said, "Are you guys robbing us? Cut the crap. Don't you understand the principle of spending money to buy your life?" Yang Yuanxi said. Ling Han's expression was a little strange, and he said, "You won't regret it." In this world, there is no one who can make us regret it." Lu Menglin interrupted. He had been holding it in for a long time, and it was finally time for him to show off. "Alright, since this is your choice, I'll send you on your way," Ling Han said with a smile. "No, give this to Nyo." Hu Nyo hurriedly jumped out. As an extreme warmonger, she cultivated every day in the few years after leaving the origin world. It was really too boring. So how could she miss such an interesting thing? Grandpa Dog also wants one. The large black dog stood out, his metallic underwear blindingly bright. "You also want one." Ling Han looked at Lascivious Pig. Lascivious Pig shook his head repeatedly. A battle trash like him could only be beaten, bastard. "Huh, one woman, one dog." Lu Menglin shook his head, appearing extremely disdainful. "Dog your grandpa." The large black dog immediately charged out, activating Foot Apart World. His speed was shockingly fast, and in a flash, he appeared in front of Lu Menglin, swiping out with his paw. Although the large black dog wasn't as freakish as Ling Han, he cultivated a saint technique and the great overarching heaven precious technique. His battle prowess could be said to be extremely awesome. Moreover, he was now at the Heaven Foundation building level, but Lu Menglin was only at the Mortal Foundation building level, so how huge was the difference? The paw swiped down, and Lu Menglin also fell with a sound. The large black dog stepped on Lu Menglin's head, his expression lonely. Being invincible is so lonely. That was called pretending. However, Li Yuanci and the others all shivered. The information was wrong. Didn't they say that the other side only had one foundation building cultivator? Why did a freakish dog demon appear now? This was at the Heaven Foundation building level, and it slapped Lu Menglin down with a swipe of its paw. Its battle prowess was too fierce. Who else? The large black dog stood up like a human, his two front paws behind his back, his iron underwear flashing. "Freakish dog demon, don't be too proud." Zhang Yiyuan walked out. He was also at the Heaven Foundation building level, so he didn't think he would lose to the large black dog. "Come." The large black dog crooked his paw. Zhang Yiyuan charged over, his fist striking out. The fist had just shot out when he roared angrily and forcefully retracted it. "Despicable," he said through gritted teeth, because the large black dog had actually lifted Lu Menglin up and used him as a shield. "What? You said Grandpa Dog is despicable?" The large black dog looked shocked. "Can't I scold you?" Zhang Yiyuan said angrily. The large black dog suddenly laughed loudly. "Grandpa Dog is despicable, shameless, and vulgar. What can you do about it?" He turned around and started shaking his butt at Zhang Yiyuan in a very vulgar manner. Fuck, how could there be such a shameless demonic beast? To say nothing of Zhang Yiyuan, even Yang Yuanci and the others were so angry that their faces turned green. "Do you think that I can't do anything to you just like this?" Zhang Yiyuan continued to attack. He was extremely furious, and he definitely had to take down the large black dog. The large black dog was still the same, using Lu Menglin as a shield, forcing Zhang Yiyuan to cancel his own attack. Meanwhile, his paws continued to wave. In this way, Zhang Yiyuan was naturally at a complete disadvantage. His eyes became fierce, and when he attacked again, he clearly saw that Lu Menglin had been blocked, but he had no intention of stopping. He first set a small goal for himself, for example, bookmark, mobile version. Mobile version reading is more refreshing. Chapter 38:12. These figures were not real, but translucent, as if they were formed by interweaving light and shadow. As soon as they appeared, they exuded a strong and cold aura. Lu Menglin and the others were suddenly caught in a tough battle. They did not dare to retreat. If they fell into Ling Han's hands again, would they have a chance to survive? They could only kill their way forward, obtain the sword, and control the whole mystery realm. Not only could they turn the situation around, but they would also have a great opportunity. However, the battle prowess of those people was too strong. In an instant, they were bombarded until they cried out in agony. Little Han, is this why you brought them in? The big black dog asked. Ling Han laughed. Am I that black-bellied? Yes. The big black dog nodded with certainty, while the perverted pig nodded even more anxiously. It was all this bastard's fault that he had to wander around. Ling Han was speechless. He did not want to kill Lu Menglan and the others. He only brought them in for the sake of secrecy. He did not expect that they would seek death themselves. Of course, by not sealing their cultivation level, Ling Han was actually indulging them, whether intentionally or unintentionally. What the hell are these figures? Of course, the big black dog did not mind whether Ling Han was evil or not. In fact, it was happy about it. In a world where the strong were respected, what was the use of being righteous? They could not even protect themselves, so how could they protect others? Ling Han used his eye sorcery to take a closer look and said, they should be ghosts. Ghosts, second baby said. That's right. Heavenly Star is the exit of a passage to the underworld, and it caused the death of Saint Guyang. Therefore, it is normal for Saint Guyang to capture some ghosts here, eldest baby said. Ling Han nodded. These were indeed not human bodies derived from the formation. The gloomy feeling they gave was completely different from that of normal creatures. Will people really become ghosts after they die? He was suddenly curious. If that was the case, then wouldn't the people he killed remember him in the underworld? The ancient Almighty studied it. It is said that after living beings die, their souls enter the nether world. This is a place that is completely different from our world. In theory, there should be no possibility of communication between the two worlds. Only at the moment of death can the souls pass through the barrier between the two worlds. But maybe the two worlds have existed for too long, causing some places to start merging, second baby said seriously. Listening to a milk baby say such things with a straight face always made one feel like laughing for some reason. Ling Han tried to control himself. He looked at Lu Menglan's group of 5 who were fighting hard. The heavenly starry star is the point where the two worlds merged. When the underworld opened, countless ghosts poured in and caused a catastrophe. That's right. The 7 milk babies nodded in unison. While they were talking, Lu Menglan and the other 4 could no longer hold on. They all wanted to kill their way back, but there was a terrifying gravity on this path, making it difficult for them to advance. More importantly, they had steeled their hearts to kill their way to the other side, and they had really killed a distance away. Now, they still wanted to kill their way back. Difficult. Ling Han and the others had no intention of helping them. The 5 of them had brought this upon themselves. In a few moments, the 5 of them were killed. A strange scene appeared. As soon as the 5 of them died, the ghosts actually killed each other, and the battle was extremely fierce. But in the end, the 5 strongest ghosts won. They rushed into the bodies of Lu Menglan and the other 4, and then they actually stood up shakily. Damn, they came back to life. Lu Menglan and the other 4 quickly stared at Ling Han and the others. Their movements were no longer stiff. Swoosh, 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 they all rushed over and attacked Ling Han and the others. During this process, the ghosts in the passage did not attack them, as if they had recognized them as one of their own. These ghosts can actually reincarnate in other people's bodies. Ling Han was shocked. No wonder after the gate of the underworld opened, there would be a catastrophe. This was to replace the living. He immediately rushed out and punched. The heavenly flame burned. The power of the flame should be an excellent weapon against ghosts. Pang, pang, pang. With just 5 punches, Lu Menglan and the other 4 were sent flying. Their bodies cracked, but they actually did not explode. Ling Han was shocked. Although he had only casually done it, with the power of his forging cauldron, even a trace of it was enough to kill a Foundation establishment cultivator. After being possessed by ghosts, these corpses actually underwent such a huge change. He he he. Lu Menglan and the other 4 all let out strange sounds. The aura emanating from their bodies actually increased by a large amount, and they immediately rushed to the forging cauldron level. The human cauldron, earth cauldron, and heaven cauldron levels were still increasing. They had not entered the life core level, but Ling Han was sure that they had reached the 4 cauldron level, or even the 5 cauldron level. Pa. On the bodies of Lu Menglin and the other 4, more and more cracks appeared and deepened. For example, Tian Lijing even had an arm fall off. The aura of the 5 stopped increasing at the same time. It was not that they could not become stronger, but that their bodies could not bear it. Hiss, the strength of the 5 ghosts must have far surpassed that of the forging cauldrons when they were alive. Otherwise, it would not be possible for a single ghost to increase the strength of the body they were residing in by so much. Ling Han's expression was solemn. These ghosts were truly terrifying. No wonder they had caused such a catastrophe in the past. Moreover, even the heavenly flame did not have much of a restraining effect on ghosts. Their bodies seemed to have turned into moist and dense wood, which was extremely difficult to burn. Then let's change. Ling Han shook his hands, and both fists were wrapped in destructive energy. He could not do this in the past because the destructive energy was too little, and he could only wrap it around one fist. Now, he could barely wrap it around 2 fists. When the destructive energy shone, Lu Menglin and the other 4 actually took a step back at the same time. Their faces revealed obvious fear, and there was even a strong sense of disgust. Not only them, but the ghosts in the passageway also seemed to be enraged and became extremely restless. If it was not for some kind of force restraining them, they would most likely have either charged toward Ling Han to kill him, or run away without a trace. Huh? The destructive energy could restrain ghosts? Ling Han's heart skipped a beat, but he did not hesitate to charge forward. He threw a punch, and Lu Menglin and the other 4 did not dare to take it head-on. They hurriedly retreated. Ling Han used so close, yet worlds apart, and caught up to Zhang Yuan. He threw a punch at him. Zhang Yuan had no choice but to parry it, and he also threw a punch at Ling Han. Bam! The 2 fists collided, and their bodies trembled at the same time. In terms of strength, they were actually evenly matched, but the destructive energy spread through Zhang Yuan's fist, instantly burning his entire body. The speed was so fast that it seemed as if his body was covered in wax. In just an instant, Zhang Yuan was burned to ashes, and the ghost that had entered his body also ran out in terror. However, it was useless. It had already been ignited, and it kept howling at the level of divine sense, appearing to be in extreme pain. After a while, it was also burned to ashes. Chapter 38:13. As expected, the destructive energy had an unparalleled restraining effect on spirits. Although Lu Menglin and the others had been possessed by the spirits, and all of them had zombie faces and were extremely numb, they all revealed expressions of terror now. In terms of power, they were not inferior to Ling Han, but Ling Han's black energy was too terrifying, and had an astonishing restraining effect on them. They could not fight. The 4 of them simultaneously leapt off the ground, choosing to flee. How could Ling Han possibly allow them to leave? Activating so close, yet worlds apart, he rapidly caught up to one of them. He delivered a punch, and then, without even looking back, he chased after the second person. Just like before, after 4 punches, he stopped. He saw that Lu Menglin and the others had all been completely incinerated, and it was the same for the 4 spirits. The large black dog stuck out its tongue. Fortunately, it did not greedily run out. Otherwise, it would have already become a spirit dog by now. Ling Han strode into the passageway, and with a schwa, the spirits all retreated, squeezing against each other, showing an intense fear. They were not afraid of him, but of the destructive energy. Ling Han continued to advance, and the spirits kept retreating, squeezing against each other even more fiercely. When Ling Han was about to reach the end of the passageway, the spirits also had nowhere to retreat, and were completely squeezed together. They kept emitting sharp divine sense screeches, as if warning Ling Han not to get any closer. Otherwise, they would not hesitate to fight to the death. How could Ling Han care about them? And he continued forward. An astonishing scene appeared. The spirits actually began to kill each other again. They were scared silly. Very quickly, a few Yin souls were killed. It could be clearly seen that the light particles that made up their bodies were shattered and absorbed by the other Yin souls. These Yin souls also immediately became a lot bigger. Ling Han was surprised. Although this was killing each other, it was also a method to save themselves. They devoured their companions to strengthen themselves, and in the end, they would reach a level that could contend against Ling Han. Kill. Ling Han was not in the mood to see how strong they could become. He charged forward, punching out with both fists, and the destructive energy destroyed everything. Suddenly, the spirits disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than a minute, all the spirits had been destroyed. Ling Han strode out of the passageway, holding the hilt of his sword. Suddenly, a thought was transmitted to him. There was a lot of information, including the ancient Yang Heaven Scripture's cauldron forging technique, the coordinates of the next trial, and some of Saint Gu Yang's knowledge about spirits. Ling Han's eyeballs twitched rapidly. He was receiving and digesting the information. After a few minutes, he released his hand. "Come over, there's no more danger," Ling Han said. The big black dog barked and rushed out, rushing to pull out the sword. "This is Lord Dog's." Fine. "Here you go," Ling Han said with a smile. He had the Primal Chaos Extreme Thunder Pagoda, so any magic tool was nothing in his eyes. "I'm going to start receiving the multicolored light. Everything is ready." He then turned to the large black dog and said, "Give me the sword first. I need it to control this mystery realm." The big black dog said. "Don't tell me you want to steal Master Dog's treasure. Piss off." Everyone sat down cross-legged. Ling Han inserted the sword again. Through the sword, his consciousness instantly spread throughout the whole mystery realm. He was like an omnipotent god. "Azure light, come." Shio. Streaks of azure light flew over, circling around the Empress, Hunyo, and the others. The Empress and the others all activated the ancient Yang Heaven Scripture. Shio. They absorbed the streaks of azure light and turned them into the most fundamental power, increasing their cultivation and strengthening their celestial foundation. Grandpa Dog is about to break through. After a short while, the big black dog shouted. His aura was very strong and unstable. The Empress and Hunyo also reached the peak stage of the Heaven Foundation level and began to break through to the pinnacle level. Ling Han dispersed the azure light. The cultivation of the Empress and the others was much lower now. He wanted to raise their cultivation level first. For the Empress and the big black dog, breaking through to the pinnacle level was naturally not difficult. In less than half a day, they broke through one after another. Ling Han summoned the azure light again, and told them to continue cultivating. If they could reach the cauldron forging tier in one go, that would be great. However, although the azure light was very nourishing, it was like alchemical pills, and had a saturation level. After another half a day, the Empress and the others could no longer increase their cultivation level by absorbing the azure light. Only then did Ling Han sit down cross-legged, and use the cauldron forging chapter of the ancient Yang Heaven Scripture to cultivate his mystical power again. Streaks of azure light were absorbed by him, helping to make his mystical power purer. Otherwise, his cultivation level would definitely regress slightly. When all the azure light disappeared, Ling Han's cultivation level was also close to the peak stage of the Heaven Cauldron forging tier, and he was only a hair's breadth away from completing his third leg. Ling Han was very satisfied. Although his cultivation level had not improved much, his mystical power had become much purer, and his battle prowess had naturally improved greatly. "Come, it's time to leave." The large black dog was not satisfied yet. "There's only so little benefit in a mystery realm. This is just a transfer station. If you really want to reap great benefits, you have to wait until the last mystery realm," the large black dog said. He was still in the examination stage of St. Guyang, so it was already good enough that he could obtain a nourishing azure light and a treasured sword in addition to cultivation techniques. Sigh, what a stingy saint, the large black dog said. Yeah, too stingy, Hunyo agreed. Let's go. They exited the mystery realm. Ling Han had already erased the memories of all the members of the Lu family, so he directly headed to the imperial capital. Ling Han first went to see Shenyuan Dinghua. This guy had finally advanced to the foundation building tier, but due to his limited talent, he might not be able to break through to the cauldron forging tier in the next 1 or 200 years. Ling Han left a lot of foundation building pills for him, hoping that they could help him break through to the cauldron forging tier in the future. Then, he went to see the Beast Princess. Princess Biyao still stayed in the imperial capital. When she saw Ling Han, she immediately said with anticipation, "You're going to the Holy Land of Nine Sun, right?" "That's right, what about it?" Ling Han countered. "I was just worried that I couldn't go there." "You came at the right time." With the help of the Monkey King, Princess Bijao's bloodline power was restored, and now she could be regarded as an innate divine body, which met the recruitment standards of the Holy Land of Nine Sunday. "Okay, then let's go together." There was nothing to delay on Heavenly Sea Star, and Ling Han did not go to see Chen Fengyan. He was a generation older than true monarch spirit transformation, and if he saw him, he was afraid that he would lose face, so it was better not to. Ling Han asked Tang Yun, to take out the shuttle, and they returned to Moonlight Star. There was a teleportation array there, so it was much faster than the shuttle. A month later, they arrived at Moonlight Star. Lin Luo and the others had already set off, and Ling Han did not stay idle either. He began to hurry with the Empress and the others. After they used the teleportation array 7 times in a row, they had to stop and find a place to stay. Chapter 38:14. Every time he used the teleportation formation, there would be a certain burden on his body. The further the teleportation distance, the greater the burden. When accumulated, it would cause great damage. There was someone who used the teleportation formation 17 times in a row, and when he came out for the last time, his whole body was torn to pieces by the power of space. Thus, after using the teleportation formation a few times in a row, Ling Han decided to rest and recover completely before setting out again. After staying here for a few days, they set out again. Just like that, they walked and stopped, and after a month, they finally arrived at the Nine Sun planet. The Nine Sun planet was the planet where the Nine Sun Holy Land was located. It wasn't called this in the past, but the Nine Sun Saint was too famous. Back then, he had the title of the strongest elite in the universe, and only when ancestral King Ling Tian became a monarch did he settle for second place. Calculating the time, this was almost 100 million years ago. There were no immortal beings in this world, and even the strongest ancestral kings could only live for tens of millions of years. Saints only had a lifespan of 1,000,000 years, and this was under the circumstances that everything was taken into account. In reality, no one could live that long unless they obtained a saintly medicine that could prolong their life. Ling Han was very rueful. Even the strongest ancestral king would reach the end of his lifespan, and a lifetime of invincibility would eventually come to an end. From this point of view, wasn't it better to live in the origin world? He couldn't help but laugh. Unless the divine stone was not damaged, the origin world could exist forever, and once it was destroyed, all the beings inside would die. In this way, even if they could live for a few more epochs, so what? Whether they lived or died would be up to heaven's will. Fate had to be in one's own hands. Ling Han's will became firm again, and he no longer worried about personal gains and losses. The Empress, Hunyo, the large black dog, and the others had all fought their way into the top 10,000 of the star web. Princess Biyao had an innate divine physique, so it was equivalent to them directly obtaining the right to register. They only had to confirm it through the star web when the time came. Ling Han couldn't do it. He had to think of another way to obtain the right to register. The simplest way was to fight and make a name for himself. Then, the Nine-Sun Holy Land would naturally personally deliver the right to register. He did it without delay. Ling Han arrogantly set up a stage and pulled up a banner with the words, "Number 1 Cauldron Forging Expert," written on it. Some people were disdainful, thinking that Ling Han was just playing to the gallery and deliberately attracting people's attention. However, some people were unhappy and challenged him. Naturally, they suffered crushing defeats. After a few days, Ling Han did not gain a single victory. Naturally, his reputation was tarnished, and he also attracted some people with real strength. However, no matter who challenged him, it was useless. Ling Han easily emerged victorious, displaying an undefeatable stance. This reputation naturally spread more and more, and it also caused a heated discussion on the star web. Some people even called for the experts ranked in the top 10,000 to suppress Ling Han. How could they let an unknown kid be so arrogant? Very soon, someone responded and wanted to meet Ling Han. This person was called Lu Jianyun, and he was ranked in the 9,000s on the star web. He was extremely amazing, and he was definitely one of the top experts on any celestial body. He was a true genius. Brother Lu, that guy's good days are coming to an end. Where did Ling Han come from? I think it's the Moonlight Planet. What? A celestial body that not even saints have come from? Yes, it's this kind of country bumpkin from a small place. He thinks he's invincible just because he defeated a few nobodies. The truly capable people are all on the star web. When and where is the battle? I want to go and join in the fun. Let's go together. Many people expressed that they wanted to watch the battle, and Lu Jianyun was very generous. He said that he would give everyone time. He would only challenge in 3 days, so that everyone would have enough time to rush over. Of course, this was only for those who had already come to the Nine-Sun Planet. It couldn't be helped for those who were still in some corner of the universe. But it didn't matter. There would definitely be people who would broadcast it on the star web. Of course, Ling Han also heard about it. He couldn't help but smile and didn't take it to heart. 3 days passed quickly. Ling Han still went outside to set up the stage after his cultivation. When it was almost noon, many rays of light appeared in the sky. If one looked carefully, they would see that many people were flying on artifacts. Swish, swish, swish. One after another, figures landed. Then, they saw stars surrounding the moon. A young man walked out with large strides. He was tall and slender. His hair was jet black and thick. He had a kind of divine light of Tao presence, which was very pleasing to the eyes. Lu Jianyun is here. Ling Han only took a glance and retracted his gaze. He didn't care who it was. Even if it was Shi or Myriad Daos, he wasn't afraid to fight. That's right, are those 3 ferocious men here? You are Ling Han. The young man in the lead had already jumped onto the stage and looked at Ling Han with disdain. Ling Han sneered. If you aren't stupid, you wouldn't ask such a low-class question. The young man's expression changed. Before he could say anything, there was already a wave of scolding. So arrogant. Who does he think he is? How dare he talk to Brother Lu like this? Brother Lu is ranked 9,632 in the Star Webcast Tripod realm. You're wrong. That was yesterday's ranking. Today, he's already at 9,629. Hey, he improved again. Brother Lu's future is really boundless. He's already in the top 10,000 and can still maintain a steady increase in his ranking. He's indeed a super genius. After entering the Nine-Sun sacred ground, Brother Lu's ranking will definitely increase greatly. Lu Jianyun turned his anger into pride. Did you hear that? What kind of existence was he? What are you standing there for? What are you waiting for? Ling Han shook his head. What? Are you here to be a mascot? Lu Jianyun was instantly enraged. He roared and charged at Ling Han. He couldn't bear it anymore. He didn't care if he was elegant or pretentious. Right now, he just wanted to teach Ling Han a lesson. To be able to rank in the top 10,000 of the star web, Lu Jianyun's strength was indeed extraordinary. He used his celestial arts, and a phantom image of a huge mountain appeared above his head. As he attacked, the mountains also fell towards Ling Han. It was so real that it seemed like they were going to smash him into pieces. He didn't use any artifact. It was just a reflection of his own strength. Ling Han sat still and waited for his opponent's attack to arrive. Only then did he throw a punch at Lu Jianyun. How could this punch be described? From Lu Jianyun's perspective, it was like a star was smashing at him. In front of such a punch, he was as insignificant as an ant. He was extremely helpless. Boom, the punch landed, and Lu Jianyun was instantly sent flying out of the stage. The cheers and cheers stopped abruptly. Everyone was so shocked that their scalps went numb. Lu Jianyun had been defeated with just one punch. How great was the difference in strength? TSK, this person has to be in the top 9,000 of the star web. That's right. The difference between the top 10,000 and the top 9,000 is like heaven and earth. Since this Ling Han is so strong, why did he fight in the arena? He could have directly obtained the right to register. Maybe he's deliberately showing off. Chapter 38:16. An old man walked out from the Holy Land, looking to be in his 60s. His strength was very strong, and he was at least in the true self tier. Just by standing there, he was like a sun, attracting everyone's attention. The test is very simple. You will first be divided into groups of 10, and then sent to the barbaric berserk star. Fierce beasts run amok there, and it's an incredibly savage land. You have 10 days to hunt fierce beasts, and killing different fierce beasts will give you different points. The points will be recorded in the group, and after 10 days, the remaining people in the group will split the points equally. The top 100 can become disciples of the Holy Land. Let me explain in detail. Before you enter the barbaric berserk star, each person will receive a special connecting device. This is made by the Holy Land, and is limited to the 7 great stars that the Holy Land's forces cover. On the barbaric berserk star, you cannot harm your competitors, but you can plunder and destroy your opponent's connecting devices. As long as you lose the connecting device, it means that you have failed this selection. In addition, a team must retain at least 3 members, or else no matter how high your points are, you will all be eliminated. Also, the connecting device can only contact team members at the moment, and ask for help from the Holy Land. If you encounter fierce beasts that are too powerful and will endanger your life, you can ask for help, but once you ask for help, you will be eliminated. Alright, now we will divide you into groups. The grouping was very simple. It was not by drawing lots, but by the order of obtaining the pass. In this way, Ling Han would have to be separated from the Empress and the others, and the Empress, Hunyo, the large black dog, and the milk babies were quite likely to be in the same group, if it was a coincidence. Be careful. If you encounter danger, there is no harm in asking for help. Safety first, Ling Han said. N. The Empress and Hunyo both nodded. However, Cauldron Forging and Foundation Building were selected separately. Though they all entered the barbaric berserk star, they definitely would not put Foundation Building and Cauldron Forging in the same group, so even if Ling Han and the Empress had obtained the pass together, there was nothing they could do. The crowd began to divide into groups, and very soon, groups of 10 people were formed. The Foundation Establishment Cultivators and the Crucible Forging Cultivators entered different transmission arrays. With a surge of light, they immediately disappeared. The teleportation was done in small teams, and the location of each teleportation was random. However, the Foundation Establishment Cultivators were all in the southern hemisphere, while the Cauldron Forging Cultivators were in the northern hemisphere. There was a formation separating them, so it was impossible for them to communicate with each other. Ling Han was at the very back of the line and waited for an hour before it was his turn. He stepped into the teleportation formation with his 9 teammates. In a flash of light, they had already arrived on another planet. Savage Storm Star was a celestial body without a sea. Its surface was covered with incomparably dense primitive jungles. The tall trees were thousands of feet tall, even taller than some mountains. The group of 10 appeared under a large tree. The ground was covered in a thick layer of fallen leaves. They were soft, and even if they fell, they would not be injured. "Let's choose a leader first," a blue-robed youth said. "My name is Luo Shan, and I have the bright moon divine body. I hope that I can lead everyone into the top 100. Hee, a mere fifth-rate divine body actually dares to be so confident," a green-robed man said disdainfully. He pointed at himself with his thumb. "Ma Gang, Heaven Tripod Realm, Golden Immortal Cauldron. All of you better stand to the side." Another person stood out. Huang Lingyun, Star Web ranked 8,532. What innate divine body? What golden immortal cauldron? These were all fake. Martial art depended on one's strength, and the Star Web rank was the best proof. Once Huang Lingyun said that, the two people from before immediately shut their mouths obediently. Hee, what a coincidence. A long-haired youth shook his head. Mulong, Star Web rank 8,366. Swoosh. Huang Lingyun immediately looked over and revealed a smile. "Then I'll have to ask for some advice." "Come." Mulong naturally would not be afraid. The two of them leaped out and started a battle. Of course, they had no qualms about starting a battle here. However, what was surprising was that those trees were very, very sturdy. Furthermore, their leaves had a very powerful absorption effect. Hence, even though a large portion of the nearby trees had fallen, the destructive power was still contained within this region. Otherwise, the intense battle between two tripod forging experts would raise the nearby mountains to the ground. Ling Han yawned and did not look at the battle between Huang Lingyun and Mulong. After all, they weren't the strongest in the team, and they weren't even in the top 3. He looked at one person. That was a man with an astonishingly tall and sturdy build. Even when he sat there, he was not much shorter than an ordinary person who was standing. He was like a small mountain, and from his body, Ling Han could see an incredibly vigorous power. His whole person was like a furnace that could incinerate the heavens and destroy the earth. Apart from this sturdy man, there was also a youth in purple robes. He had a slender figure and an elegant demeanor. He had an aura of otherworldly elegance. This person shouldn't be weak, but the rest were average. He was thinking about the rules that the 9 Suns Sacred Ground had come up with. 10 people to a group, and the points had to be distributed equally. If there were a few more burdens, wouldn't the entire team be dragged down? However, there was another rule. One could also kick out one's own people as long as the opponent's connector was destroyed. In that case, could it be lowered to the lowest number of 3 people? Unless there was a guarantee that all 3 people's connectors would not be lost, even if 2 of them were invincible, they would still be eliminated in the end. Hence, this rule was a little interesting. While he was thinking, Huang Lingyun and Mulong's battle had also stopped. After all, this was just a fight for the position of team leader and the right to speak. There was no need to reveal their trump cards. Moreover, more importantly, this was to understand the strength of each person in the team. Who needed to be roped in and who needed to be abandoned so that they wouldn't drag the team down. Huang Lingyun and Mulong acknowledged each other's strength after a short battle. The winner was Mulong. "I'll be the team leader. Does anyone have any objections?" Mulong said lightly. He walked in front of Ma Gang and asked, "Do you submit?" Ma Gang's expression changed. In the end, he lowered his head and said, "I submit." He had seen Huang Lingyun and Mulong's battle strength was indeed above his. He had no choice but to submit. "Do you submit?" Mulong asked Luo Shan. "I submit." Mulong revealed a satisfied smile and turned to the third person. "Do you submit?" "I submit." "Do you submit?" "I submit." Soon, 5 people in the team had already agreed. Including Huang Lingyun, who had lost, only Ling Han, the burly man, and the purple-robed young man had not expressed their opinions. Do you submit? Mu Long walked in front of the burly man. I submit. The burly man raised his head. His hair was messy, and his face was full of stubble. He was also dressed in animal skin, and he looked like a savage. Mu Long was stunned. Ha, then I'll make you submit. He reached out to grab the burly man. Chapter 38:17. Mu Long struck out with his palm. He was ranked around 8,000 on the star web, and his strength could be said to be extremely horrifying. Even though he didn't use his full strength in this palm strike, the momentum was still earth-shattering. The burly man moved. He stood up as if a small hill had suddenly turned into a huge mountain. Then, he slapped Mu Long. There was no brilliance, and this palm was extremely simple. But as soon as the palm hit, pang, Mu Long was sent flying like a cannonball. He crashed heavily into a large tree, directly penetrating a human-shaped hole. Then, he broke through the tree and continued to crash backwards. Mu Long finally stopped after breaking 11 trees in one go. He fell to the ground, unable to get up. Hiss, it was just a palm strike, and an expert ranked over 8,000 on the star web was sent flying. It was too shocking. This was something that no one had expected. They all looked at this burly man in shock. It turned out that this was a great hidden expert. Even the purple-robed young man put away his indifferent expression and began to carefully size up the burly man. You! The burly man pointed at Huang Lingyun. Are you convinced? Huang Lingyun couldn't help but feel extremely depressed. The one who had been strutting around was Mu Long, so why did he want to settle the score with her? However, the other party had sent Mu Long flying with a single slap. Mu Long had indeed been careless, but this burly man was definitely terrifyingly strong and could be ranked in the top 8,000 of the star web. After entering the top 10,000, generally speaking, every 1,000 ranks was a crushing difference. But if one entered the top 1,000, there would be a huge gap every 100 ranks. He lowered his head and didn't say anything. He still had to save face. However, the burly man strode over, his huge figure casting a long shadow. Are you convinced? From the looks of it, a slap was about to come down. Huang Lingyun could only open her mouth and say, I submit. The burly man grinned and said to everyone, my name is Wuxia, 19 years old this year. Puff. Many people directly spurted out their saliva. This burly, bearded man was actually only 19 years old. Which mountain did this savage come from? However, the people who were laughing immediately retracted their contemptuous expressions. This Wuxia was too powerful. With such strength, who could look down on him? Little brother Wu, let me experience it. The purple-robed youth finally stood up. He smiled gently as though he was harmless. My name is Yuan Tian. I haven't participated in the Star Web ranking battle, so I don't have any ranking. However, I should have cultivated a few more immortal cauldrons than all of you. When everyone heard this, they all sneered. What kind of joke was this? Did he think that they were all human cauldrons or earth cauldrons? He even cultivated a few more immortal cauldrons. How could he not be laughed to death? Yuan Tian didn't bother to explain. He took out his immortal cauldrons one by one and hung them above his head. 1 gulp, 2 gulps, 3 gulps, 4 gulps. Fuck, everyone was shocked. For cauldrons, it was actually 4 cauldrons. Everyone knew that the peak of the cauldron forging realm was the heaven cauldron realm. In other words, cultivating 3 cauldrons was enough. Cultivating 4 cauldrons was breaking through the limit. Who can break the limit? A genius among geniuses. Hiss, this Yuan Tian was too shocking. He actually cultivated 4 cauldrons. Even if he were to be placed on the web of stars, he would at least be ranked in the top 1,000, or even in the top 700. Who would have thought that such a monster would appear among them? Wu Qiyuan scratched his head with his thick and long fingers and said with some confusion, Hey, you also have 4 immortal cauldrons. You made my crippled master lie and said that there are less than 1,000 people like you in the entire universe. Pfft. Everyone choked again. Did you hear what this guy said? Yeah. Hiss, this guy also had 4 cauldrons. Yuan Tian originally had a pretentious expression on his face, but now it immediately collapsed. He looked extremely depressed. How were they divided in this group? There were actually 2 people with 4 cauldrons. To be able to break through the limit and cultivate 4 cauldrons, or even more, there were at most 1,000 people in the universe. But this was just a competition to enter the sect, and there were actually 2 such people in the group of 10. What kind of bullshit probability was this? Wu Qiyuan was lying. Yuan Tian secretly shook his head. This guy looked like the honest type. It was already incredible that he could lie, let alone say it so naturally. Failing to show off, Yuan Tian sighed. He was actually a very introverted person, which was why he had been restraining himself all this time, waiting for the best chance to shine on the stage. He had waited for this opportunity, but the effect did not meet his expectations, which made him very depressed. Fine, let's fight. His battle intent flared, and his eyes flashed. Wu Qiyuan wasn't going to be polite. With a loud roar, he charged toward Wu Qiyuan like a raging bull, rampaging through the air. Don't be fooled by his lack of fancy tricks. His body was astonishing, and every step he took caused the ground to tremble violently. This was a clear indication of his terrifying strength. If any cauldron was hit by him, it was guaranteed that they would be in a miserable state. Yuan Tian didn't dare take this head-on. He flipped his cauldron upside down, and 2 white and 2 black lights descended, forming a barrier. He retreated again and again. Bang bang bang. Wu Qiyuan smashed through the black and white barriers one by one. His speed wasn't affected at all. Damn, are you made of immortal gold? You're a freak. Yuan Tian couldn't help but curse. Wu Qiyuan, on the other hand, remained silent. He had grown up in the primordial forest and fought with powerful vicious beasts every day. Even if he could fight a vicious beast to the death, he would still be able to open his mouth and speak. His fighting style was extremely primitive. He would fight in close quarters, using his powerful physique to take on his opponent's attacks, and then use his explosive strength to kill his opponent. Faced with such a desperate stance, Yuan Tian was extremely depressed. Any technique was useless in front of such a barbaric method. Too barbaric, too unskilled. After exchanging a few more blows, his temper flared, and he no longer dodged. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? His hands turned into palms as he met Wu Qiyuan's attack head-on. Boom boom boom. After exchanging over 10 blows, both of them were trembling. Wu Qiyuan grinned. How satisfying. He was forced back dozens of meters, but after a shake of his body, he charged forward again as if nothing had happened. Yuan Tian, on the other hand, wanted to vomit blood. His physique was far from being as strong as Wu Qiyuan's, and fighting like this was too disadvantageous for him. With a solemn expression, he let out a long howl, and green swords appeared around him. Wu Qiyuan arrived. Xiao, xiao, xiao. Those azure swords immediately slashed at him. The swords were too sharp, and they left behind gashes on his naked body. Although they weren't deep, they still managed to injure this bull-like fellow. Kill. However, the blood only made Wu Qiyuan even more berserk. His eyes were scarlet red, and his attacks became even sharper, forcing Yuan Tian to fight with his life on the line. Otherwise, if he continued to hold back, he would undoubtedly die. Ling Han shook his head and strode forward. He had to mediate. Chapter 38:18. Ling Han strode forward, heading towards the battlefield. Hey, do you want to die? That's not a battle you can interfere in. 2 members immediately warned him loudly, but there were also some who watched coldly from the sidelines. In any case, it was fine as long as the number of people in a team was no less than 3, and they could just eliminate some trash. In this way, the remaining people would have stronger battle prowess, and their average score would naturally be higher. Wu Qiuan punched out, the tip of his fist tearing through the air, forming a large number of vortexes, turning into the eye of a storm, the scene like the end of the world. This guy was incredible, walking the path of a powerful fleshly body. In the future, perhaps he would become a great existence that could dazzle the universe. Shwa, 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 the green blade unceasingly slashed at his body, flashing with blood, but Wu Qiuan only acted as if he did not know, fiercely punching out, simple, direct, and domineering. Peng, the punch landed, and Yuan Tian was instantly sent flying, but his counterattack was also incomparably fierce, leaving behind many wounds on Wu Qiuan's body, causing blood to gush out. At this stage of the battle, it was truly the case of blades turning red, and true anger was being unleashed. Ao! Wu Qiuan roared loudly, and like a violent bear, he charged towards Yuan Tian, his whole body wrapped in gray energy, filled with terrifying destructive power. One side was going all out, so the other naturally could not hold back, or else they would either die in battle or be seriously injured. Moreover, Yuan Tian was also holding back a stomach full of anger, so why should he retreat? Who was afraid of who? He also roared loudly, a series of golden veined patterns appearing all over his body, and the 4 cauldrons also emitted endless immortal qi, transforming into an immortal sword, which slashed towards Wu Qiuan. Not good. Everyone cried out in their hearts. If they clashed, the two of them would most likely be doomed. They had not even begun the hunt, but had already lost 2 of their generals because of internal strife. How were they going to compete with the other teams? Just at this time, Ling Han finally charged into the battlefield. His figure flashed, and he stopped between Wu Qiuan and Yuan Tian. In this way, both of their attacks were directed towards him. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Everyone could clearly see the strength of Yuan Tian and Wu Qiuan. Yet, Ling Han had forcibly charged in between the 2 of them. This was equivalent to suffering the joint attack of the 2 of them. How could he possibly withstand it? It was over. He was definitely going to die. The 2 experts' attack speed was extremely fast. Even if they discovered that their opponent had changed to Ling Han, it was impossible for them to stop. Firstly, it would be too late. Secondly, if he retracted his attack but the other party didn't, the attack would still pass through Ling Han and hit him. That was courting death. Therefore, they could only brace themselves and continue to attack. Ling Han's attack didn't seem slow, but time seemed to slow down infinitely. One could clearly see that his left hand had grabbed Yuan Tian's wrist, and his right hand had grabbed Wu Yuan. Then, the scene froze. What's going on? Everyone was petrified. The earth-shattering attack of the 2 geniuses was stopped just like that. Damn, everyone stared at Ling Han as if they were looking at a monster. All of them felt their scalps go numb and their hearts contract to the extreme. This, what kind of strength was this? To be able to so casually dissolve the crazy attack of Wu Yuan and Yuan Tian. In other words, not only was Ling Han's strength above Wu Yuan and Yuan Tian's combined attack, it was also a level higher. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to be so relaxed. It's just a competition for the position of leader. There's no need to be so impulsive. Ling Han opened his mouth and said indifferently. On the other side, Wu Yuan and Yuan Tian were also petrified. They knew better than anyone else. They felt that after being grabbed by Ling Han like that, they couldn't use the strength in their bodies at all. No, this description wasn't right. It should be said that there seemed to be a supreme god hidden within Ling Han's body. They could only bow down and worship him, and couldn't even muster the heart to fight him. For geniuses like them, this feeling was really terrible. The 2 of them hurriedly calmed down and finally mustered some courage. But they still felt that their strength was severely suppressed. They couldn't help but be shocked. Even if their strength was equal, How much strength could they use against Ling Han? This was too terrifying. This guy who didn't make a sound was the most amazing person. This was obviously because of the immortal cauldron in Ling Han's body. Its level far surpassed that of a gold immortal cauldron. In a situation where their realms were equal, anyone would be affected. I'm not fighting anymore. Ling Han smiled and looked at Yuan Tian. Yuan Tian was incomparably gloomy. He wanted to show off, but in the end, he met someone who could do it even better. Now, the limelight was all snatched by Ling Han. How could he not be gloomy? But Ling Han was too strong. What could he say? I'm not fighting anymore, he said honestly. Ling Han nodded and looked at Wu Yuan. What about you? Wu Yuan scratched his head. You're stronger than me. I'll listen to you. Ling Han smiled and let go of his hands. We're all in the same group. At least for these 10 days, we'll work together. Yes. That's what we should do, Huang Lingyun hurriedly said. In the future, we'll listen to this captain. He still didn't know who Ling Han was, but he had to hold on to this thick thigh. He was too strong. He was probably in the top 700 of the star web, or maybe even higher. Ling Han shook his head. I'm not interested in being a captain. You should do it. He pointed at Yuan Tian. Yuan Tian pointed at himself, a little surprised. Ling Han actually didn't want to be a captain. He really had just come out to stop the fight. He indeed wanted to be the team leader, but that was only because of his introverted personality. He wanted to show off his strength, show off a little, and be admired by others. But now, this position had been given to him by Ling Han, and this had instantly caused him to lose the meaning and joy of showing off. I don't want to be a captain. He shook his head. Then you do it. Ling Han looked at Wu Yuan again. I'm not as strong as you. I can't do it. Wu Yuan also shook his head. Ling Han couldn't be bothered to be a captain, so he looked at Mulong and said, then you do it. Mulong also wanted to refuse. There were 3 gods in the group, and he, as a captain, couldn't command them at all. What was the point of being a captain? But just as he opened his mouth, he saw Ling Han's eyes turn sharp. He immediately stopped, not daring to continue. All right, you're the captain, Ling Han said. Let's begin the hunt. Hearing him mention business, everyone shivered. No matter who was the captain, they had to hurry up and hunt the beasts. Otherwise, without enough points, they would all be eliminated. Let's go. Mulong braced himself and said. He waved his hand and led the way. The hunting group began to move, looking for traces of the beasts before launching their attacks. In this regard, Wu Yuan played a huge role. Chapter 38:20. Although the giant frog was large in size, its movements were extremely nimble. It flapped and leaped, sometimes standing up on its hind legs, its 2 front legs swiping at Ling Han as if it was a palm technique master. Sometimes, it lay down on all 4s, opening its mouth and sticking out its long tongue. It was like a ferocious spear, its penetrative power extremely terrifying, and even the curtain of starlight could be broken through. However, this kind of attack was also very taxing on the giant frog. It couldn't continuously use it, so a sudden attack was even more threatening. Of course, Ling Han's attack power was not inferior to that of the toad. The heavenly flames were of an extremely high level, and as he punched out, the giant toad became extremely fearful and had to dodge. Otherwise, a single hit would leave a charred hole in its body. Both sides were wary of each other, and the battle immediately became entangled. Let's go. Wu Qiyuan and Yuan Tian exchanged a glance, then leapt into the fray. However, no one else made a move. It wasn't that they didn't want to make a move. It was just that they didn't have the qualifications to do so. How could they, who were merely at the heaven cauldron and earth cauldron realm, withstand the attacks of at least 5 Cauldron Realm experts. Actually, if Ling Han went all out, it wasn't that he couldn't defeat this giant frog, but it wasn't necessary. This wasn't just a test for him, so why did he have to do all the work? Besides, the fewer people who know about the ultimate move, the better. Why would he use it if it wasn't necessary? With the addition of Wu Qiuan and the other two, the giant frog immediately fell into a disadvantageous position. With Ling Han as a distraction, the combat power of the 4 cauldrons could be fully unleashed. How could such destructive power be belittled? Croak. The giant frog roared loudly, and the sound waves transformed into waves. This was an AoE attack, the perfect weapon to deal with group attacks. Ling Han was naturally fearless, while Wu Qiuan and Yuan Tian each had their own ways to neutralize the sound wave attack. Both of them took out their mystic instruments and blocked the sound wave attack. Next, they launched a powerful counterattack. After dozens of moves, the giant frog was already at its wit's end. It was already injured, and now that it was being attacked by 3 people, it couldn't hold on any longer. The giant frog began to fight with everything it had. Its long tongue spat out randomly like a divine spear. It could be said to be unstoppable, and not even the barrier of starlight could stop it. It was extremely powerful. Ling Han and the other 2 did not dare to face them head-on. Instead, they kept moving around. This kind of eruption would definitely not last for long. The giant frog took the opportunity to escape, but Ling Han and the other 2 caught up, forcing it to continue fighting. After another 10 minutes or so, the giant frog finally ran out of energy and was killed by Ling Han and the other 2. Phew, it's finally done. Yuan Tian panted heavily. He also had some injuries on his body, which were left from the fierce battle, but they were all light injuries. Wu Qiuan wasn't much better off. His fighting style was rougher than Yuan Tian's, so he suffered heavier injuries. However, his physique was strong, so these injuries didn't matter. Only Ling Han was an exception. In fact, he could deal with that giant frog by himself, so he naturally wouldn't be injured. He seemed to be extremely relaxed, and didn't look like he had just fought a great battle. Huang Lingyun's group of 7 gathered around and began to cut up the giant frog. The flesh and blood of a vicious beast of this level was extremely nutritious. There was no reason to waste it. Oh, there's actually a demon core. Mulong suddenly cried out excitedly. What demon core? Ling Han glanced over and saw that Mulong was holding a jade-green pearl the size of a walnut. Brother Ling, you don't know about demon cores? Yuan Tian asked with surprise. I really don't know. Ling Han shook his head. Only this kind of vicious beast can give birth to demon cores. They usually have special effects, such as fire resistance or cold resistance. Some can even be used to refine pills or create formations. They're extremely valuable, Yuan Tian explained. Ling Han was shocked. He really hadn't known about demon cores, and they were extremely valuable as well. In truth, demon cores were just too rare. Not even 1 in 100 vicious beasts could give birth to one, and vicious beasts with demon cores were extremely powerful. Mulong had brought the demon core over. Although everyone wanted it, Ling Han's group of 3 had been the ones to kill the giant frog. No one else had the qualifications to get a share. Ling Han took the demon core and studied it carefully, but he couldn't find anything special about it. He connected to the star web and searched for the giant frog's information. Finally, he found something. This was most likely the detoxification pearl. As its name suggested, it was able to neutralize toxins. Even though it was born from a cast tripod realm giant frog, it could neutralize toxins that were at the life elixir class. However, it required the detoxification pearl to be crushed and consumed. It wasn't like other toxins, which required the detoxification pearl to be placed in the mouth or placed on the wound. Our luck isn't bad. We actually encountered a vicious beast that can give birth to a demon core. Laughter echoed as 5 men walked out from the forest. Seeing Ling Han and the others looking over, one of the men had a cold expression. What are you all waiting for? Hurry up and hand over the demon core. Then, obediently smash the connector, so that you don't have to suffer, another man said. Heh, this was to reduce the number of competitors and earn a demon core at the same time. Fang Ming. Huang Lingyun recognized one of the men and immediately introduced him to everyone. An expert ranked over 6,000 on the star web. Fang Ming placed his hands behind his back and displayed an arrogant attitude. Since you all know who I am, what are you all waiting for? Why was there only 5 of them in their team? That was because the other 5 were too weak. Fang Ming felt that they were a burden and destroyed all their connecting devices. From a certain perspective, teammates were also competitors. 5 people was enough. However, Huang Lingyun and the others weren't afraid. They had 3 insane individuals in their team. What was a star web rank of over 6,000? It wasn't even enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. Fang Ming and the others were surprised that these people weren't afraid of them. Alright, the youngsters these days really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. A red-robed man walked out with a gloomy expression. He pointed at one of the members in Ling Han's team and shouted, "Kneel." Damn, they are truly arrogant. Yuan Tian said leisurely with a mocking expression. He finally had a chance to act cool. It felt great. Who do you think you are? The red-robed man asked coldly. I'm your grandpa. Yuan Tian laughed. The red-robed man couldn't help but reveal an angry expression. He raised his head to the sky and laughed a few times. He then looked back at Yuan Tian. Although it's forbidden to kill here, it doesn't say that you can't beat people up. Hee hee, a loose tongue can cause trouble. I will make you regret it. Your grandpa will always be your grandpa. Come, grandson. Yuan Tian curled his finger, his attitude extremely disdainful. The red-robed man snorted and took large strides towards Yuan Tian. Get down, he said loudly. He struck out with his palm, and the light of lightning surged. Chapter 38-21. The red-clothed man attacked, and Yuan Tian laughed out loud, slapping the red-clothed man in the face. Pa, a slap, and the red-clothed man was sent flying. A silhouette streaked past, and he fell to the ground, motionless. This, Fang Ping and the others' faces twitched, and their eyes were filled with deep fear. He had sent his comrade flying with a single slap. What kind of strength was this? They had kicked a metal plate. Yuan Tian's desire to show off had already broken through the sky. He clasped his hands behind his back and walked towards Fang Ping and the others. How about it? Does anyone else want me to kneel? Sorry for my rudeness. Fang Ping cupped his hands and gave his 3 companions a look. The 4 of them turned and ran at the same time. Run. This man was likely to be ranked in the top 5,000 of the star web, or even higher. They could not fight him head-on. Little Wu, help me out. Yuan Tian called out as he ran after them. All right. Wu Qiyuan also rushed out, his body like a raging bull, rumbling as he stomped on the ground, causing the ground to reverberate. With the 2 of them working together, Fang Ping and the others could not escape at all. They were forcefully blocked. Since these people had taken the initiative, Yuan Tian didn't mind doing the same. He showed off a little more, and after robbing the 5 of them, he destroyed all the connectors of Fang Ping and the others. This way, the 5 of them were eliminated. Fang Ping and the others left angrily, but they did not dare to say anything. Wu Qiyuan and Yuan Tian were too strong, at least for now. Let's go. Let's continue. Ling Han smiled. They continued to hunt for ferocious beasts, but although they killed many for the day, they did not encounter any more ferocious beasts that had nurtured a demon core. At night, they dug a hole and slept. After a night, the sky gradually brightened. They faced the morning sun and cultivated, just like before. During the day, they continued to hunt. It was as if they had become people seeking a living in the primitive forest. On the 5th day, they walked out of the forest, and a huge grassland appeared in front of them. The grass was as tall as a person, and if they did not jump up, their eyesight would be greatly affected, and they would not be able to see far. Ling Han's group of 10 walked on the grass. To the casting cauldron, as long as they had a little bit of power to borrow, they would be able to walk on air. Naturally, walking on the grass was no problem at all. They continued to hunt and had a bountiful harvest. There was a type of ferocious beast on the grassland that resembled a bull, but it had 3 horns and 6 legs. It moved in groups of 3 to 5 and was suitable to be hunted by small teams. Just like that, it was the 7th day. On this day, they continued their pursuit as usual, but all of a sudden, everyone felt the ground tremble violently. What's the situation? The 10 of them were puzzled. At first, they thought that there was a great battle taking place in the distance. A battle at the casting cauldron level could definitely cause such an effect. But soon, the tremors became more and more intense. The grass was like waves, rising and falling. Look! Wuxia pointed to the sky and saw countless black shadows appear on the horizon. Because they were too far away, he couldn't see clearly what they were. I can see it clearly from so far away. It must be huge. Are they the ones that caused the earth to tremble? In just a short while, the silhouettes of those black shadows could be seen clearly. There were at least a few thousand lions with wings. They were astonishingly huge, and even from so far away, they still emitted a terrifying aura. Within the team, some of the weaker people's legs had already turned to jelly. They had been intimidated by the aura, and this was a complete suppression of the natural order of life. Quick, squat down. These ferocious beasts are looking for food. Wuxia shouted. Everyone hurriedly jumped down from the tips of the grass and hid in the grass. These lion beasts were at least at the 4 cauldron or 5 cauldron level. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to have such a terrifying aura. 1 or 2 was nothing, but if several thousand of them charged at them together, who could withstand them? Even Ling Han couldn't do it. However, the rumbling of the earth grew more and more intense, and the ground rippled like a carpet. Something's not right. Ling Han frowned. Those lion beasts were flying in the sky. No matter how strong they were, how could they cause the ground to tremble like this? He flew on his artifact and arrived at a higher altitude. His eyes looked over, and his expression instantly changed. Quick, run, he shouted down and immediately turned around. Whoosh, he rapidly flew away. Everyone else didn't understand what was going on, but even Ling Han had fled in such a panic. How could they dare not run? Thus, they all flew on their artifacts, closely following Ling Han. After soaring into the sky, they naturally looked back. What they saw caused them to be overwhelmed with shock. On the horizon, there were countless bulls charging in their direction. There were at least 100,000 of them, and the reason they were charging so crazily was because of the lion beasts in the sky. From time to time, one of them would swoop down and grab a bull, instantly tearing it to shreds and allowing the lion beasts to split it among themselves. They had encountered a group of lion beasts hunting and eating, but the herd of bulls was still charging in their direction, dragging them down with them. Whether it was a few thousand lion beasts or 100,000 bulls, they were all incomparably terrifying. They could easily annihilate their entire team. Even if everyone who had entered this place joined forces, they could only retreat in the face of such a situation. Whoosh, a scarlet light shot over from the distance. Ah! One of his teammates instantly screamed as he was struck by the scarlet light. A bloody hole suddenly appeared in his lower abdomen, and he fell head first to the ground. Ling Han was already too late to save him. He hurriedly said through the communication device, "Hurry up and ask for help." At this time, apart from the mighty figures of the Holy Land, who else would dare to save him? He could only give up. He looked at the group of lion beasts. It was precisely one of them that had shot out a scarlet light and easily injured a person. The distance was so far, but the power of one attack was still so powerful. That lion beast had to at least have a cultivation of 6 cauldrons. Fuck, in the entire universe, there were only a mere 1,000 martial artists who had reached 4 cauldrons. How could vicious beasts easily reach 5 cauldrons or 6 cauldrons? The cultivation system of vicious beasts is different. Their growth is completely determined by their bloodline. Whatever level they should be able to reach, they will reach that level after they mature. It will not be affected by talent. However, once they reach the upper limit of their bloodline, they will lose the possibility of advancing further. This was what Wu Yuan said through the communication device. To think that he still had the mood to explain to Ling Han after hearing Ling Han's muttering. So that was how it was. Hey, were those 7 milk babies considered vicious beasts? They did not need to cultivate, but their cultivation levels were increasing bit by bit. Even Khanate holy physiques could not do this. It was completely in line with the vicious beast's method of cultivation. However, if they were vicious beasts, each and every one of them had extraordinary intelligence. They were completely different from vicious beasts. It was strange. Ling Han collected his thoughts and hurriedly descended from the sky. Then, he put away the chaotic Polaris Thunder Tower. Flying in the sky was even more unsafe. He had completely become a living target for the lion beasts. He could still neutralize 1 or 2 attacks, but what about dozens or even hundreds of attacks? It was better to obediently run on the ground. Chapter 38-22. The advantage of flying on a magic tool was that it could fly, not increase one's speed. Therefore, this was a plane without any obstacles, so there was no need to fly or leap. Therefore, running on foot was not slow at all. They ran, and sure enough, they were not attacked by the lion beasts. The 9 of them felt lucky, but good times did not last long. They immediately discovered another problem. A herd of raging bulls. They were too fast, so fast that they were even faster than the group's running speed, and they were closing the distance. This was too dangerous. If a herd of raging bulls were to collide with them, then even a life core warrior would be trampled to death. There were too many raging bulls, at least hundreds of thousands of them. Which cauldron could withstand it? Damn, how can the bulls be so fast? 6 legs? What do we do now? If he kept running forward, then with the speed of the barbaric bulls, they would definitely be able to catch up. However, if he ran to the sides and avoided the direction in which the herd of barbaric bulls was running, this was also a big problem. Because running diagonally would definitely be a long distance, it was possible that before he ran out of the area where the barbaric bulls were charging, he would already be caught. We still have to split up. If we are really caught up by the bulls, we will use our magic tools to fly at a low altitude. As long as we don't get hit by the bulls, we will be fine. Ling Han came up with an idea. Okay. Everyone nodded. This was the only way. Take care. Everyone said through the communication device. In this kind of situation, it was impossible for them to stay together. If they insisted on waiting for each other, it would be a suicidal behavior. They all ran to the left, not daring to deviate too much, or else the bulls would quickly catch up. Fortunately, although the bulls ran faster than them, they did not overtake them by a large margin. Therefore, they did not have to worry about being run over by the bulls for a while. As they ran, they found that the grass had alarmed other teams, and they also joined the escaping team. If any team dared to stay and fight, it would be like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. They would only be crushed into pieces. After so many days, the majority of the teams had walked out of the forest and entered the grassland. Hence, they were all caught up in the chaos and joined the mighty escape. Some people reacted a little slower and were immediately drowned in the horde of vicious beasts. It was unknown if they were trampled to death or if they called for help in time and were rescued. In short, hunters like them had all become prey and could only flee for their lives. Ling Han was separated from the others. Now that everyone was busy with their own matters, How could they have the time to care about others? Activating so close, yet worlds apart, his speed was astonishing. 10 minutes later, he arrived at the edge of the barbaric bull's territory. With just a few more leaps, he would be able to escape from the danger zone. However, right at this moment, a streak of crimson light shot over. Ling Han activated his astral light screen and blocked the attack. He turned his head and saw a lion beast staring at him. Fuck, there is beef everywhere. Why are you targeting me instead of eating it? Tired of beef and wanted a change. The lion beast opened its mouth, and another streak of crimson light shot out towards Ling Han. Ling Han used his astral light screen to block it again, but the crimson light's destructive power was too terrifying. With just one attack, the light screen was shattered. This fellow's strength was not weaker than the giant frog from before. Actually, Ling Han was not afraid of a battle. However, once a battle started, he would be surrounded. This was naturally an extremely stupid thing to do. I'll remember you, Ling Han said as he ran diagonally without looking back. Perhaps the lion beast really wanted a change of taste. It actually flapped its wings and left the pride, chasing after Ling Han. Seeking death? Ling Han sneered in his heart. As long as you leave the group, see if I don't beat you to death. He thought to himself as he ran. However, he did not use so close, yet worlds apart. He slowed down so that the lion beast wouldn't lose him. With one chasing relentlessly and the other intentionally seducing him, they naturally maintained a situation of not abandoning each other. After walking for a while, Ling Han decided to fight. He suddenly stopped, turned around, and faced the ferocious beast in the sky. The lion beast flapped its wings and slowly descended. It raised its head, and there was a kind of incomparable arrogance in it. It was a top-tier predator, and it had a kind of pride as the king of beasts in its bones. Ling Han cracked his fingers. Come, I'll teach you how to be a human today. The lion beast's intelligence was limited. It did not chase after Ling Han because this new prey was interesting. Instead, it really wanted a change of taste. There was no need for it to be so proud of its prey. Thus, it immediately rushed towards Ling Han, opened its mouth, and slashed wildly with crimson light. Ling Han punched out, shattering the streaks of crimson light. When the last streak of crimson light was also destroyed, the lion beast had already arrived. It spread its wings and quickly turned around, slashing one of its wings at Ling Han. This was like a divine blade. The tip of the wings emitted a cold, iron-like light, and it was definitely able to cut through iron like mud. Ling Han snorted. His fists were wrapped with destructive energy as he immediately executed the demon monkey fist. There was only one move, but this was an emperor art. A single punch was sufficient. Bang! A single punch blasted through, and the lion beast was instantly sent flying. It crashed heavily on the ground and struggled violently. Its wings flapped wildly, and its four legs kicked frantically. It was as though it was drunk and was tossing and turning on the ground, unable to stand up. In just half a minute, it stopped moving and laid quietly on the ground. There was a large amount of blood gushing out from its chest, and its vitality was severed. Ling Han also sat on the ground. It might be just a single punch, but it seemed to have sucked out all his energy. If there were still enemies, he would definitely be able to fight again. However, he wouldn't be able to circulate the demon monkey fist for a long period of time. Emperor art was an absolute divine ability that only the ancestral king could casually execute. After Ling Han rested for a moment, he dissected the lion beast and wanted to see if there was any demon core. To his disappointment, there wasn't any. He didn't waste it and kept the lion beast into his spatial artifact. This was a caste tripod realm ferocious beast, and its flesh and blood were great nourishment. How could he miss it? I don't know what the situation is like outside. I better not go there first. Ling Han looked at the surrounding environment. He was at the foot of a mountain. This mountain wasn't tall or big. Compared to the giant tree that was thousands of feet tall, it could only be considered a small mound. He took large strides and planned to take a roundabout route. After walking for a while, he faintly smelled a fragrance. As an outstanding alchemist, Ling Han was certain that this was the smell of an immortal herb. He survived a great calamity and was going to give him an immortal herb? Ling Han naturally wouldn't miss it. He followed the fragrance and soon, a cave appeared in front of him. The fragrance was coming from the cave. The immortal herb was in the cave. Ling Han pondered for a moment and didn't act rashly. He temporarily turned off the connection device and put on the void beast skin before walking into the cave. There were plenty of powerful ferocious beasts here, and he had to be careful. Chapter 38-24. Phew, Brother Ling, you're finally here again. Huh, I thought you were dead. I was worried for nothing. As soon as he connected to the Holy Lands network, Ling Han immediately received several messages. Are you all alright? Ling Han asked. Sigh, we're in trouble. Including you, there are only 5 of us left, Yuan Tian said. Only half of them were left. Ling Han sighed, but thinking about how dangerous the situation was, it was already good that half of them survived. Are you all together now? He asked. Yes, after avoiding the barbaric bull tide, we've been together again. You're the only one left now. Alright, I'll be right there. The connector actually had many functions. As long as the map was brought up, it would show the location of the team members. It was very convenient. Therefore, all Ling Han had to do was head in that direction. He used his movement technique and moved very quickly. After half a day, he found Wuxia and the other 3. Each of them had more or less some injuries, which was enough to prove how terrifying the beast tide was. Although they had only been separated for 2 days, everyone felt like they had been reborn, and they were closer to each other. The 5 who had been eliminated were the weakest among them. Yuan Tian, Wuxia, Huang Lingyun, and Mu Long were still standing, but Luo Shan, Ma Gang, and the others had been eliminated, and no one knew if they were still alive. Let's continue. They moved forward and began hunting again. On the afternoon of the 9th day, everyone received a message. Now, I'll announce the score and remaining members of each team. Every 10 minutes, I'll also show everyone's location on the map. As expected, a notice board appeared in the Holy Lands network through the connector, listing the score and remaining members of each team. Ling Han's team was in first place, with a total of 752 points. On average, everyone had a little more than 150 points. The second place team also had 684 points, but 6 people were still in the team, so the average score was even lower. The team in third place had exactly 600 points, but they only had 4 people, so on average, each person's score would be 150 points, second only to Ling Han's team. Perhaps it would only be a matter of killing one more ferocious beast. With such intuition, everyone only needed to do a slight calculation to know which teams would be eliminated and which teams would advance into the top 100. More importantly, everyone's position appeared on the map almost instantaneously. It was basically saying, come on, kill this group of people, and we'll be able to squeeze into the top 100. There was a lot of gambling involved in this. Eliminating the members of the enemy team might not necessarily allow one to squeeze into the top 100. This was because as long as the enemy team had more than 3 members, everyone's average score would be higher even if there was one less member. They could eliminate other teams, or they could eliminate their own people. They could also continue hunting dire beasts. There were many options. This time, a great battle is unavoidable. Ling Han shook his head, but he was not afraid at all. He was already at the 4 Cauldron Realm, and his battle prowess was at least equal to that of a 7 Cauldron Realm martial artist. Their team was first in terms of overall score and average score, so they naturally had the initiative to continue hunting dire beasts to maintain their lead. But among the other teams, the slaughter had already begun. It was clear from the leaderboard that a team would disappear from time to time, while some teams' numbers would decrease sharply, and the individual rankings would immediately change. That night, Ling Han and the others were planning to find a place to rest when they heard Huang Lingyun say, "Not good. There are many people heading our way." They could see that there were many points on the map very close to them, and these points were very densely packed. They were clearly in cahoots. A quick count showed that there were as many as 30 of them. This was clearly not just one team. How dare they have designs on us? We'll make sure they never return. Yuan Tian laughed. The flames of posturing were already burning. Wu Qiuan only clenched his fists and did not speak. He was a simple person. He only had one word for it: fight. Ling Han was even more nonchalant. He was unperturbed, as if he had not heard at all. Seeing that the three generals were like this, Huang Lingyun was naturally relieved. After a while, silhouettes appeared from all directions, forming a circle and surrounding them. Hand over the connecting device. The other side did not waste words. With such a good opportunity, how could Yuan Tian not show off? He strode out, incomparably flamboyant. You want the connecting device? Fine, but who can take 3 moves from me? I'll think about it. Ha ha ha. Many people began to laugh. Idiot, we know that your team is amazing and has the highest score. Who would want to fight you one-on-one? Damn, his posturing had failed. Yuan Tian's embarrassment turned to anger. Was it easy for him to show off? Why was it always being foiled? I'll beat you all to death. He roared, taking the initiative to attack. You're courting death. Those people immediately attacked, suppressing Yuan Tian. However, 4 cauldrons was still 4 cauldrons. This had broken the limit, so how could it be ordinary? The 4 cauldrons obtained through cultivation were different from the 4 cauldrons obtained through cultivation. The 4 cauldrons obtained through cultivation were 4 cauldrons, but the 4 cauldrons obtained through cultivation could reach 5 cauldrons of power, or even more. Yuan Tian's combat strength was close to 5 cauldrons, 2 minor realms higher than ordinary heavenly cauldrons. This made him like a tiger in a pack of wolves, able to do as he pleased. But a pack of wolves was still a pack of wolves. They were not defenseless sheep. Some of the 30 people were in charge of restraining Yuan Tian, while others launched powerful attacks from behind. This put a great deal of pressure on Yuan Tian. After all, those who could participate in the competition were all extraordinary, and those who had lasted until now were even more so. Before long, Yuan Tian was already stretched to the limit and cut a sorry figure. I'm coming. Wu Yuan roared and charged into the fray. He was a brute, and he charged forward, taking in all the attacks that came his way. His powerful physique could dissolve most of them, and then he launched a fierce counterattack that left his opponents unable to dodge. However, 2 fierce tigers still weren't enough to suppress this pack of wolves. Huang Lingyun and Mu Long also entered the fray. Although they were ranked in the top 10,000 of the star web, in the current situation, their strength couldn't be considered strong at all. They could just barely protect themselves. Ling Han didn't take action. He just watched from the side. Kid, you seem to be very free. Someone stared at him. Ling Han smiled. You'd best not provoke me. So what if I provoke you? That person didn't believe him and walked over to Ling Han. Ling Han sighed and slapped out with his palm. Bang! That person's clothes, including their connectors, were all turned to dust. Just like that. Chapter 38-25. A single palm strike had eliminated one person. That person was not injured, but he was instantly turned into a naked pig, which naturally made him extremely angry and embarrassed. However, he did not dare to make a move. This palm strike didn't injure him in the slightest, only shattering his clothes and connectors. The difficulty was several times higher than killing him. How would he dare to provoke such an expert? He quickly covered his crotch with his hand and quickly retreated. Hiss, so this guy is the core of the team. The alliance of 30 people all looked over. That palm strike just now was enough to prove how terrifying Ling Han was. Let's attack together and get rid of him first. All right. 20 of them immediately rushed over, while the remaining 9 entangled Yuan Tian and the others, not giving them a chance to support Ling Han. But does it work? Ling Han looked casual, but with every punch, a person would explode into a pig. After 10 punches, half of them had already exposed their white buttocks. This time, no one dared to make a move. He was too strong, to the point of being abnormal. Run! The remaining people all took to their heels and fled. However, since Ling Han had already made his move, how could he allow anyone to escape? He activated so close, yet worlds apart, and every time he caught up to them, he would add another punch. After another 10 punches, the remaining 10 people also became naked pigs. When he turned around, Yuan Tian and the others also displayed their might, suppressing their opponents. At this point, the 30-man team was completely annihilated. They opened the map and saw that there was originally a dot of light that was approaching them, but now it was far away. Obviously, although these people couldn't see what had happened, they could guess what had happened when the 30 dots of light quickly disappeared. The 5 people here were too strong. They were outnumbered and defeated their opponents. The first-ranked team was indeed powerful. It was better not to provoke them. After the night, there was only 1 day left for the competition. Ling Han and the others continued to hunt. On the way, they met a team of 4 people led by Lin Qi. But the 2 sides just met face to face and did not fight. In the afternoon, they even met Jia Yingxiu's team. This beauty actually had as many as 15 people by her side. Clearly, they were not from the same team, but because of her, they had gathered together. The power of a beautiful woman could not be underestimated, especially someone like her. There was probably only 1 in tens of thousands of galaxies who could make it onto the beauty list. The closer it was to the end of the competition, the more intense the infighting became. From time to time, teams would disappear, and teams would suddenly change from 6, 5, 4 to 3. As a result, the ranking of the teams changed very quickly, and the individual rankings changed even more rapidly. However, when the sun disappeared from the horizon, it meant the end of the competition. They received a notice that everyone was to gather at a place where there was a teleportation array to leave. After walking for half a day, Ling Han's group of 5 arrived at a simple campsite. However, there was an ancient mirror floating in the air. From time to time, a beam of light would flash past, emitting a chilling aura. Although vicious beasts had no intelligence, they would instinctively seek fortune and avoid danger, so they would naturally stay far away from this camp. Many people had already returned. There was no lack of people who had been eliminated midway or had lost their connection devices. They had all been sent here by the people of the 9 Suns Sacred Ground. This time, they were not teleported in groups of 10, but in groups of 100. In a short while, everyone left the brutal violent planet and appeared in the 9 Suns Sacred Ground again. Those who had been eliminated early naturally left dejectedly, and even those who had persisted until the end of the competition would most of them be eliminated. The people of the Sacred Ground began to tally the scores, and then listed the top 100 according to the individual rankings. In fact, it was not only 100, but 103 because the final 4 people's scores were the same. Then they would relax a little and take all of them. There were 103 on the cauldron forging side, and 102 on the foundation building tier side, for a total of 205. For a sacred ground, such a number was not at all high. Even if it was the same for the next 9 years, there would only be a total of over 2,000 people, which could be said to be quite shabby. The Empress and the others passed smoothly, although their rankings were not the highest. Those who passed had entered the real 9 Suns Sacred Ground. The Foundation Building Tier disciples lived in the Foundation Building Valley, and the Cauldron Forging Tier disciples lived in the Cauldron Mountain. In the future, when they entered the Life Core realm, they would move to the Life Core Sea. From the True Self realm, they were qualified to live in the Sacred Palace. As the 9 Suns Sacred Ground only opened its doors to accept disciples once every 10,000 years, the gap in cultivation was very obvious. Those who could live for more than 10,000 years had to be at the true self realm. There were very few in the true self realm because true self realm cultivators could live for 10,000 years at most. Those who could live for such a long time were basically extremely lucky and ate holy medicine that could prolong their life. However, it was not that there were no foundation building, cauldron forging, or even life core disciples in the sacred ground. This was because some elders would also accept a few disciples in private. Some of them were Tao children by their side. After receiving guidance, after a long time, a few naturally embarked on the path of cultivation. Because they had just entered the sacred ground, everyone behaved very low-key. In the sacred ground, everyone used the sacred ground's special connection device and had internal use of contribution points. To put it bluntly, they were universe dollars. However, they could not use Tao stones to top up. Instead, they had to make actual contributions to the sacred ground in order to obtain contribution points. These contribution points included achievements in martial art or glory won for the sect. There were quite a lot of ways to earn contribution points. Ling Han learned in detail that the Nine Suns sacred ground did not have a sacred lord. There was only a substitute sacred lord. Why? This was a rule set by the Nine Sun Saint back then. The Nine Sun Saint's proud ultimate technique was the Nine Sun Finger. Back then, he was almost invincible in the world. After he failed to compete for the position of ancestral monarch, he devoted himself to research and cultivated an even stronger ultimate technique called the God-slaying art. However, the God-slaying art did not leave behind a cultivation technique. Instead, it was hidden by the Nine Sun Saint somewhere. Whoever could find the God-slaying art and learn it would become the sacred lord of the Nine Suns sacred ground. Why did the Nine Suns sacred ground recruit so few disciples? It did not match the status of a sacred ground at all. This was also a rule set by the Nine Sun Saint. The quality of the successor was not the quantity. It was just right for the limited resources to be gathered to nurture a powerful successor. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a disgrace to the Nine Sun Saint if they walked out? Ling Han felt that this saint was a bit extreme. That was because even those imperial clans did not have such rules, and there were no great emperors or ancestral kings that would hide their invincible techniques away so that their descendants would spend all their effort to find them. In that case, was it easy to learn the Nine Sun Finger? It was difficult. This was because only the substitute sacred lord could learn it. In order to become the substitute sacred lord, one had to first become a Taoist, stand out from the 9 Taoists, and be the first to reach the supremacy realm. Then, one had to wait for the previous sacred lord to die or resign before they could succeed. In that case, no matter how smooth it would still take tens of thousands of years. The current substitute sacred lord had only lived for more than 60,000 years, so he could at least live for another 20,000 years. Therefore, the fastest way to obtain a sage technique was to find the God-slaying art and become the sacred lord. The Nine Sun Finger was naturally in the bag. Chapter 38-26. Every generation of disciples, including elders and substitute sacred leaders, had been searching for the whereabouts of the God-slaying art. However, no one had succeeded in the past 100 million years. Who knew where the Nine Sun Sage had hidden this sacred technique? Some people even guessed that the Nine Sun Sage had not created this technique that was said to be comparable to an emperor technique. He had only boasted about it because of his pride. In order not to embarrass himself, he could only say that he had hidden the God-slaying art. Nearly 100 million years had passed. Ling Han naturally could not deduce which was real and which was fake. He would first believe that the God-slaying art really existed. In the sacred ground, there was a cultivation technique that could be cultivated directly. It was called the Earth Mystic Art, which was equivalent to the sect master level. Ordinary disciples could cultivate the sect master level cultivation technique. It showed how rich the sacred ground was. Above the Earth Mystic Art was the Heaven Mystic Art, which was equivalent to the supremacy level. However, the Heaven Mystic Art was not easy to obtain. It had to be exchanged with contribution points, and it could only be exchanged for techniques that did not exceed one's cultivation level. Above the heaven mystic art was the extreme yang meridian. This was a sage technique that only Taoists could cultivate. Other than that, the sacred ground had many secret techniques that could be exchanged with contribution points or tried one's luck. This was because one could pick up a stone by the side of the road and have a secret technique carved on it. Why did he do that? This was to encourage disciples to use their brains and find the god-slaying art. Ling Han couldn't help but sigh upon seeing this. The Saint of Nine Sons had ruined all of his future disciples. Therefore, in summary, there were 4 points: contribution points, luck, Taoists, and the god-slaying art. Everything would be settled if one found the god-slaying art. Otherwise, one could only use contribution points to exchange for it or try one's luck or obtain some cultivation techniques and secret techniques after becoming a Taoist. Evidently, it was too difficult to find the god-slaying art. Becoming a Taoist also required time. Therefore, what Ling Han could do now was try his luck or earn contribution points. Trying one's luck was not reliable. Earning contribution points was the most reliable way. Although Tao stones could not be exchanged for contribution points, it did not mean that other things could not be handed over. For example, elixirs. The level of elixirs was also the standard to measure a faction. If one had a lot of resources but no alchemists could refine them into pills, it would be a huge waste. However, there were too many monks and not enough gruel. There would never be enough pills. Therefore, if they handed over the pills to the Holy Land, they would be able to exchange them for contribution points. Ling Han planned to start from there. He took a look. Between the foundation establishment and cauldron casting levels, the most expensive pills were the foundation transformation pill and the cauldron forging pill. What is the cauldron pill? After consuming it, it could form the core of an immortal cauldron and help the martial artist cultivate an immortal cauldron. Of course, it was only an aid and not a guarantee of success. This pill was extremely difficult to refine. Why this was because the alchemist needed to have at least 4 cauldrons of cultivation in order to condense the core with their own immortal cauldron power. But how many alchemists are martial art geniuses? Dual cultivation of martial arts and alchemy was already very rare, but dual cultivation was naturally even more difficult. Ling Han smiled. Wasn't this just right for him? He couldn't refine the foundation transformation pill now, so he didn't plan to hand over the remaining foundation transformation pills. Who knew if Ling Shi and the others would give him grandchildren or great-grandchildren? Therefore, it was better to keep the foundation transformation pills. He didn't know how long it would take to wait for a second person who could refine the foundation transformation pill. The cauldron forging pill's pill recipe was also quite expensive. It sold for 5 million universe credits on the Star Web, but Ling Han still bought it. It was extremely practical and easy to sell. The buying and selling of things like pill recipes was done in real time. Ling Han had just paid the money, and the pill recipe had already appeared in his connecting device. He only needed to call it out to be able to check it out. Ling Han studied it carefully, then meditated and simulated it in his mind. After a few times, he had some confidence. He continued to buy materials and transported them through the teleportation array. He spent money like water. First one and the others had become smarter. Otherwise, he would have collected tickets and made a lot of money. Forget it, it's all the same if I refine pills myself. After buying the ingredients, Ling Han shut himself in his room and concentrated on concocting alchemical pills. Empress, Lin Luo, and the others had the advantage in numbers, so they didn't have to worry about being treated unfairly. Therefore, Ling Han only needed to work hard to earn contribution points. Even though he was the alchemy emperor, Ling Han still failed many times when he first started. However, it only took 2 days for Ling Han to refine the first batch of cauldron forging pill. The first success meant that Ling Han couldn't fail again. Ling Han continued refining. Except for the half an hour of cultivation in the morning, he spent the rest of his time refining pills. 10 days later, he finally came out. He tidied himself up a bit, then went out and ran towards the holy palace. At the bottom of Cast Cauldron Mountain was a huge square. At one end of the square was the holy palace. There was a stone tablet in the middle of the square, which was surrounded by many people. Huh, what's so interesting about a blank stone tablet? Ling Han didn't understand. It wasn't like he hadn't seen this stone tablet when he entered the holy palace. It was blank and ordinary. Why was it surrounded by so many people? He walked over and heard the discussion of the crowd. Only then did he come to a realization. The stone tablet wasn't blank, but there were rows of names. What kind of ranking is this? Total contribution points. Heh, is this to motivate one's competitive heart? Ling Han took a look. The first on the list was Gan Ping. He was a super genius ranked 188th on the star web, and his total contribution points were 206. The total contribution points didn't count consumption and represented one's contribution to the holy palace. As expected of Gan Ping. His talent is too terrifying. He only took 3 days to grasp the dragon spirit sword technique. That's right. I haven't learned it yet. He's in the top 200 of the star web after all. He's indescribably monstrous. Everyone gasped in surprise, and Ling Han only found out after looking at the message on the connection device. It turned out that an elder had given a public lecture 7 days ago, imparting a set of dragon spirit sword technique, and he had been so focused on concocting alchemical pills that he had turned off the connection device, so he had not received any news at all. Quickly learning a sword technique could also earn contribution points. Damn, didn't they say that secret arts had to be exchanged for with contribution points or found by luck? Ling Han couldn't help but feel that it was a pity. If he had known earlier, he would have gone. Forget it. He would hand over the cauldron heart elixir first. Ling Han walked past the plaza and arrived at the entrance of the palace. There were guards here, and anyone below the true self realm had to go through a report before entering. After knowing why Ling Han was here, the guard called for a comrade and asked him to bring Ling Han in to look for someone. The two of them quickly arrived at the elixir storage room. There was an elder sitting there calmly. Old Qin. The guard bowed respectfully. Why are you here to disturb me? The old man asked indifferently. This disciple wants to contribute an elixir. Oh. The old man didn't mind at all. What elixir? Cauldron heart elixir. What? The old man immediately stood up with a burning gaze. Chapter 38-28. Seeing this, Ling Han smiled. If Elder Yen is in a difficult position, then give me the original price. How could Yen Dong keep his face? Was he going back on his word to a junior? No need, just 100 contribution points each. He was someone who cared about his face. Thank you, Elder Yen. Ling Han hurriedly bowed. He was just pretending to be polite. Oh no, what am I doing? Yen Dong's mouth twitched. He wanted to slap himself. Ling Han had already given in. Why did he have to be so stubborn about his face? He reaped what he sowed. The old man felt uncomfortable. He waved his hand, indicating that Ling Han could leave. He wanted to be alone. The guard from before still led Ling Han out. His face was filled with envy, and he said, Elder Yen is famous for his iron mask. You can obtain Elder Yan's recognition. In the future, in the Holy Land, no one should dare to bully you. Ling Han smiled. Even without Yen Dong's protection, he wasn't afraid of anyone. When had Ling Han ever been afraid of someone at the same level? Ling Han was quite satisfied with this trip. He'd gotten 6,000 contribution points in one go. He could exchange them for some good things. He told the guard that he wanted to take a seat first. The guard didn't rush him. After all, this was Elder Yan's favorite. Ling Han opened the Sacred Lands connection device to search for the things he needed and could exchange for. He naturally ignored the medicinal pills. He could refine them himself. Using contribution points to exchange for them was stupid. But he still took a look. The price of the Cauldron Heart pill was actually 100 contribution points. Damn, so dark. Although Ling Han didn't lose anything, this was because Yen Dong had doubled the price. Normally, it should be 50. However, other than requiring contribution points to exchange for the Cauldron Heart pill, there was also an explanation. That was, there was a limited quantity, and only 3 pills were available every month. If more than one person applied for it, the Holy Land would decide which 3 pills to give to, or even all of them to a single person. Forget it, he wouldn't look. Ling Han had found the heavenly treasures, and this was what he was concerned about. In his hands, the value of the heavenly treasures could be multiplied. 9 exquisite grass, amethyst heaven's heart stone, and yellow flower fruit were dazzling to the eyes, causing Ling Han to be incomparably conflicted. He wanted this, he wanted that, but he only had so many contribution points. Which one should he choose? If others knew about this, they would definitely be filled with envy and jealousy. Other people would have to save up for months or even years to exchange for a single treasure, but you can choose a few. What else do you want? Ling Han wasn't in a hurry to make his move. He continued to check. Weren't there still cultivation techniques and immortal arts? Hiss, he only took a glance and then shook his head. This was because the contribution points required to exchange for cultivation techniques and celestial techniques was too high. Even the lowest one required 1,000 contribution points. Change? Of course not. How could a cultivation technique or secret technique that could be exchanged for 1,000 contribution points enter Ling Han's eyes? He looked at something else. Array. Ling Han quickly fixed his eyes on an array called the Three-Faced Aquarius Array. This was a Life Core class array. In theory, it could kill a Life Core realm martial artist, but it was very troublesome to set it up. It required the heaven and earth environment to meet the requirements in order to change the power of heaven and earth and form a great array to kill a Life Core realm martial artist. Ling Han decided to exchange for this as it would become one of his trump cards in the future. If any Life Core realm martial artist wanted to kill him, he would set up the Three-Faced Aquarius Array, lure the opponent into the array, and refine them alive. He submitted the exchange request, and because he had enough contribution points, 5,300 contribution points were immediately deducted from him. All the information about this array formation also appeared in his connection device. Without reaching the rank of an elder, he couldn't transfer all the cultivation techniques, secret techniques, elixir recipes, and array formations that could be exchanged with contribution points. Otherwise, he would be punished for betraying the sacred ground. After exchanging, Ling Han set off once again, and walked out of the palace. Previously, he wasn't in a hurry to leave, because if he wanted to exchange for the real thing, he would have to go to the sacred palace to get it, and he would have to make another trip. He left the palace, and he hadn't walked a few steps when he saw that the people who were originally surrounding the stone tablet in the plaza were all looking at him. They were all shocked. How could they not be shocked? This guy had obtained a total of 6,000 contribution points, leaving Gan Ping, who was in second place, far behind. Ling Han didn't care, and he walked with large strides. He still had to study the array formation. He didn't hand over all the Cauldron Heart pills, but left a portion for auction on the star web. Otherwise, he couldn't just sit around and eat them all, right? After the auction, he asked the large black dog to make a trip, and as usual, the Chang clan was responsible for the transportation. This gave him a large amount of universe coins, and Ling Han rented the time house to quickly master the Three-Faced Aquarius Array. More than 10 days passed, and Ling Han walked out of the time house with a smile on his face. He had already thoroughly understood this array formation, and he could try to make the array foundation. He put on the sacred land connection device again, and found that many people were discussing the matter of his contribution points. Suddenly obtaining so many contribution points naturally attracted the curiosity of others, wondering if there was something fishy about it. And the sacred palace also explained that Ling Han had used the cauldron heart pill to exchange for contribution points. Because it was his first time, and because the cauldron heart pill was too precious and practical, they gave him double the contribution points. This was naturally Yen Dong's excuse. He couldn't say that he had cheated himself, could he? Many people expressed envy, but there were also some who made sarcastic remarks, such as Gan Ping, who said that alchemy was a minor path, and martial art was the true path. Which alchemist had become an ancestor king? Ling Han only chuckled. This was completely jealousy, and there was no need to take it to heart. However, everyone also guessed that Ling Han was definitely a genius alchemist, and had even formed 4 cauldrons, which was a prerequisite to concocting the cauldron heart pill. For cauldrons, what kind of concept was that? Among the current cast cauldron martial artists, Ling Han's strength could be ranked in the top 1,000. Previously, Ling Han was in seclusion, but now that he came out, many people immediately came to visit him, trying to curry favor with him. It was mainly because of his alchemy prowess that he hoped Ling Han would be able to help them concoct the cauldron heart pill. After all, it was far too difficult to use contribution points to exchange for the cauldron heart pill. Even though Ling Han had easily obtained 6,000 contribution points, it would be extremely difficult for anyone else to obtain even a single contribution point. Master, Fairy Tan wishes to see you. A Dao child came to report to Ling Han. In the sacred ground, every disciple would be accompanied by a Dao child to handle some trivial matters. This Dao child of Ling Han's was called Mingyu. He was only 14 or 15 years old, and he had just broken through to the secret realm not long ago. Ling Han took a look at him, and saw that this half-grown child's face was full of admiration, and he looked as if his soul had left his body. Well, he must have been smitten by Tan Meng. She was indeed a stunner on the exceptional beauty list, and even such a young man had fallen for her. Ling Han couldn't help but laugh. Please come in. Chapter 38-29. A beautiful romance. Mingyu hurriedly ran off to invite someone, and in a short while, there was the sound of jingling ornaments, and an exquisite beauty appeared in front of Ling Han. Even with Ling Han's picky eyes, he had to admit that this woman was indeed beautiful, beautiful to the point of being otherworldly and elegant, even more beautiful than the demon princess, second only to the empress and Hunyo. One had to know that she was only ranked 53rd on the exceptional beauty roll. If she was in the top 10, what kind of beauty would she have? Probably she would really be comparable to Hunyo and the empress. Ling Han sized up this seductive beauty with an appreciative gaze. She had a slender figure, and was clearly exquisite and beautiful, but because her slender waist was barely bunched, it inevitably made both her breasts appear very voluptuous, adding a hint of charm. Greetings, senior brother Ling, she smiled faintly, revealing a little bit of her pearly white teeth, looking very charming. Mingyu was already dumbfounded, her small face flushed red. Ling Han was only appreciative, and naturally wouldn't be flustered. He smiled faintly. Greetings, junior sister. Senior brother, are you disdainful of me, not even inviting me to sit? Tan Meng said faintly as if she had been mistreated, making one's heart melt. Ling Han stretched out his hand, and said, please sit. Tan Meng finally broke into a smile, instantly like 100 flowers blooming, beautiful beyond compare. She sat down in an incredibly elegant posture, and just looked at Ling Han quietly, not speaking. Ling Han sighed, and said, Mingyu, don't look anymore, quickly go make some tea. Mingyu seemed to wake up from a dream, and hurriedly turned around. Peng, in her haste, she even bumped into a pillar. Thankfully, she didn't use any force, or the pillar would definitely break. Seeing this, Tan Meng couldn't help but cover her small mouth and laugh lightly. Ling Han shook his head. Once junior sister comes, even I, a Dao attendant, can't do anything. Senior brother Ling, are you saying that I'm a femme fatale? Tan Meng asked with a smile. I wouldn't dare. Tan Meng laughed again. Senior apprentice brother, you are too modest. With your 4 cauldron cultivation and your achievements in the pill Dao, you are definitely in the top 3 among this batch of disciples. What is there to be afraid of? Although the flattery was good, what had Ling Han been through? How could he be flattered so easily? He smiled. If there's anything you want to say, just say it. Senior apprentice brother, what are you saying? Can't I come to see you if I have nothing to do? Laughed Tan Meng. Sure. Ling Han nodded. I'm a straightforward person. Why don't we go to the bedroom and be honest with each other? The smile on Tan Meng's face immediately disappeared. She had never thought that Ling Han would be so direct. It was true that she saw Ling Han in a different light, but it was not in terms of a man or a woman. Instead, it was because she had taken a fancy to Ling Han's ability in alchemy that she wanted to use her personal charm to charm Ling Han. In her heart, the person who could be her son-in-law had to be in the top 100 of the star web. Although Ling Han had cultivated 4 cauldrons, that was all. He was at most in the top 700 of the star web, and he was still far from the top 100. Senior apprentice brother Ling, you must be joking. Tan Meng forced a smile. I never joke about this. Ling Han shook his head with a serious expression. Tan Meng was suddenly at a loss for words. She felt as if she had met a hooligan, and she was powerless to resist. Her beauty wasn't just for show. Her intelligence was also outstanding. Otherwise, wouldn't she be a pretty face and an idiot? However, when she encountered someone like Ling Han who didn't walk the normal path, it was as if her emotional intelligence and intelligence had short-circuited. Fortunately, Mingyu just happened to send tea over. She hurriedly drank it while calming her emotions and sorting out her thoughts. She decided that she could not be polite anymore. Otherwise, she would be teased to death by Ling Han. Senior apprentice brother Ling, actually, I did come this time to ask senior apprentice brother for help. Ling Han, on the other hand, sighed softly, so, you are still playing with me. Tan Meng was instantly speechless. Playing with you? Would I dare to play with you? It was clearly you who was teasing me. She finally understood that Ling Han did not treat her as a goddess or a fairy. He did not have any feelings for her. Otherwise, no man would speak to an interested lady like that. I want to ask senior apprentice brother to help me refine a cauldron of moon elixir. She pretended not to hear Ling Han's words and directly stated her purpose. Moon elixir. Ling Han thought for a moment and said, oh. He did not know how to refine the moon elixir, but he had seen the introduction of this elixir before. It had nothing to do with cultivation, but it could increase one's charm. Temperament was something intangible, but it was said that the moon elixir could increase one's temperament and charm. It was obvious that Tan Meng was not satisfied with being the 52nd on the beauty rankings. She wanted to be the 40th, 30th, or even higher. For powerhouses, it was easy to tell whether or not they had changed their appearance. However, temperament was a different story. Ling Han laughed, I never refine pills for free. How about we go to the bedroom to talk? Tan Meng's expression immediately changed. Senior apprentice brother, don't joke around. I'm such a serious person. How could I joke about such a thing? Ling Han said solemnly. In the end, Tan Meng could not stand it any longer. After saying that her body was unwell, she hurriedly left. Ling Han couldn't help but laugh. This woman clearly wanted him to refine pills for free. What a joke. He owed her. In her dreams. After leaving the room, Tan Meng's intelligence immediately went online. Not good, I've fallen into a trap. She immediately realized that something was wrong. If Ling Han really was such a pervert, how could he have cultivated to such a level? So he had deliberately used this method to chase her away. Although she had thought it through, Tan Meng was still filled with indignation. A beauty on the beauty rankings had actually been rejected by someone. This was too hurtful to her pride. No, she definitely could not take this lying down. It wasn't just Tan Meng. The other 2 beauties on the beauty rankings had also visited Ling Han. But they had no intention of asking Ling Han to refine pills for them. They simply thought that Ling Han was a talent worth roping in. In a short time, the news of the three beauties visiting Ling Han had spread like wildfire. Ling Han had instantly become the public enemy number one. Gan Ping and Lin Qi had publicly said that Ling Han was just an alchemist with mediocre strength. If he dared to fight with them, he would definitely lose within 10 moves. Ling Han couldn't help but ponder whether he should find these two to fight and then collect entrance fees to earn some contribution points. But contribution points couldn't be transferred. That was a problem. Ling Han had also said that if he wanted to fight, he would fight. But Gan Ping and Lin Qi had expressed that it was beneath them to fight with a weakling like Ling Han. Bullying an alchemist would only lower their status. Fuck, they were the ones who said they wanted to fight, but they were also the ones who said they didn't want to fight. Ling Han couldn't be bothered with them. He had bought the materials through the star web and was going to create the foundation of the three-aspect Aquarius array. This wasn't something that could be done in a day. He had painstakingly researched and destroyed many materials, but he still couldn't create the array foundation. He was very busy now. Aside from cultivating, he still had to refine pills and study formations. A few days later, he planned to go out for a walk and change his mood. Perhaps it would be helpful. After walking for a while, he suddenly had an epiphany. He sat down under a tree and was about to seize this epiphany. Pa! Something smashed down from above. He hurriedly dodged and raised his head to look. First, set a small goal for yourself, for example, bookmark. Chapter 38:30. The 9 Suns Sacred Ground only recruited once every 10,000 years. Therefore, the appearance of an old man here was very likely to be an old monster who had lived for 10,000 years or even longer. What does that mean? He was at least at the true self realm, but he was more likely to be a spirit transformation perfected lord or sect master level expert. Brat, now that you've seen me, why haven't you saluted yet? The old man snorted, and his aura surged out. Ling Han originally wanted to salute. It was necessary to maintain respect for elders, but when he heard what the other party said, he felt that something was wrong. Then, he recalled that the other party had purposely thrown a fruit pit at him. Was this something an elder should do? Therefore, he activated his pupil technique and looked at the elder again. Damn smile tugged at the corners of Ling Han's lips, and then he shook his head. No. How dare you? The elder roared and leapt onto the ground. Behind him, an illusory figure appeared, forming the destruction of stars. It was terrifying to the extreme. This far exceeded the level of a forging cauldron. It was even the power of a sect master. However, Ling Han was unhurried as he circled around the old man. Brat, you must be tired of living, said the elder. Ling Han chuckled and didn't say anything. He continued to walk in circles. Do you really want to die? Hee hee. How brazen. I'll give you one more chance. Don't make a mistake. The elder roared, his voice booming like thunder. Ling Han couldn't help but laugh. Don't be all talk and no action. Come, teach me a lesson. The old man flew into a rage, and with a wave of his hand, great stars appeared behind him. Each great star was imprinted with incomparably complex symbols, and it was as if even a spirit transformation true monarch would only be able to wait for death if one of them crashed down. With a smile on his face, Ling Han placed his hands behind his back, looking calm and composed. You! Shouted the old man again. He suddenly pulled back his hand and pressed it against his stomach. Not good, I ate something bad. Kid, just you wait. I'll go to the toilet first, and then I'll come back to deal with you. He turned to run. Xiao, Ling Han's figure flashed, blocking his opponent's path. Kid, this old man will spare your life for now. Don't get carried away. The old man said coldly. Ling Han laughed heartily. Come on, old senior. How do you want to teach me a lesson? I. The old man's eyes darted around. He didn't look like a sect master level elite at all. He suddenly pointed behind Ling Han and said, "Look, what's that?" Ling Han remained unmoved and continued to stare at him. "Why don't you turn around?" The elder couldn't help but ask. I turned my head to look. "What if you ran away?" Ling Han said. "What kind of joke is this?" "Do you know who I am?" shouted the elder. Ling Han broke into a grin. "A cat demon." Puff the old man originally wanted to roar a few more times, but after hearing Ling Han's words, he immediately wilted and revealed a shocked expression. "You actually saw through my true body. What's so difficult about that?" Ling Han asked calmly. Bam! There was a flash of light, and the old man in front of him immediately transformed. From a mighty figure with an imposing aura, he turned into a normal-sized white cat with a bell hanging around his neck. "Meow, kid, how did you see through me?" The white cat asked, clearly curious. Although it was in cat form, this was no beast. It was a cat demon that was intelligent and knew how to play tricks. "Fiery eyes," Ling Han said with a smile. "Forget it. To be able to see through my illusion, you must have cultivated an ocular ability. There are only a few people like that in the entire star field." The white cat licked its paws. "Kid, I'm warning you. Don't expose me or I'll tell that old man Ninth Mountain to suppress you." Ling Han's heart stirred. Could Ninth Mountain be Venerable Ninth Mountain? "You're Venerable Ninth Mountain's pet beast?" he asked. "Tui. You're the pet beast. Your whole family are pet beasts." The white cat immediately became agitated. "One day, I'll suppress that Ninth Mountain guy and make him show me how to play fur balls every day." Suddenly, it pounced forward, grabbed a ball and started playing with it. But as it played, it realized something was wrong. It quickly stopped and glared at Ling Han with a bitter and hateful gaze. This was the guy who threw the ball at it. Yet, out of reflex, it lost control and pounced on him. It really wanted to chop off its own paws. Ling Han pursed his lips. "I see that you're having fun. You clearly want to play with it yourself, right? Tui tui tui, I'm a noble illusionary cloud cat. Why would I like to play with such childish things?" the white cat said proudly. "Go." Ling Han threw another ball. The white cat tragically realized that it had pounced on the ball again. It was completely defenseless. Ling Han shrugged and said, "Look." He was shocked. The illusionary cloud cat wasn't very powerful, but it was adept at creating illusions. The higher the realm, the more realistic the illusions would be. Even venerables and saints might fall for it. Hence, the illusionary cloud cat was an excellent support in battle. Moreover, since it could create all kinds of illusions, it was also very helpful for cultivators to comprehend treasured skills and cultivation methods. Of course, the illusionary cloud cat's realm had to be up to par. Wasn't it a joke to have a cauldron-cast illusionary cloud cat create illusions that even saints couldn't tell the difference? "Stop messing with me," the white cat grumbled. "All right, I'm done." Ling Han nodded, but he couldn't help himself. Whoosh! He threw a third ball. The white cat, all right, I'm really done." Ling Han sat back down. He had a sudden epiphany, but it was ruined in the blink of an eye. He naturally had to teach this cat a lesson. The white cat was still fuming with anger. It raised its head high, its face full of arrogance. Ling Han looked at the white cat. "You specialize in swindling people, don't you?" The white cat snorted. "So what? I trick them with my skills. If you're so capable, go ahead." Ling Han couldn't help but laugh. "You're still acting so righteous? I'm warning you again. Don't tell anyone about me," the white cat said solemnly. "All right." Ling Han nodded. The white cat couldn't help but be suspicious. "So straightforward?" Ling Han smiled and said, whatever benefits you've obtained, you can just share some with me. What? The white cat stared at Ling Han. I suddenly realized that you're even more shameless than me. You tricked them with your skills, but so did I. Ling Han laughed. Tui, I just let those idiots use their contribution points to exchange for some cold plum wine to satisfy my craving. It's not as bad as you think, the white cat said angrily. All right, I'll keep it a secret for you. Ling Han observed the white cat's expression and felt that it was telling the truth. Are you really that kind? The white cat didn't dare to believe Ling Han so easily. If I can be tricked by you just thinking about it, then I deserve it. Ling Han laughed. The white cat immediately bristled. What do you mean? Are you looking down on me? I was just joking, just joking. Ling Han hurriedly comforted the cat demon. End of chapter. Chapter 38-32. Tsang Shan did not dare to be careless. He did not rush back immediately. Instead, he took a deep breath, and then his hands turned into claws, one in front and one in the right, one yin and one yang. In his palms, there were two balls of light, one black and one white. Xiao, he finally attacked. His speed was extremely fast. Many people felt their vision blur, and they lost sight of Tsang Shan. They could not help but be shocked. If Tsang Shan wanted to kill them, would one move be enough? Ling Han just casually punched. He did not need to use any celestial method. It was just a simple punch. But it was such a simple punch that went straight to the root of the problem. Peng, Tsang Shan was instantly sent flying. Ah. Everyone was shocked again. What was going on? Why was Tsang Shan sent flying again? The first time could be said to be careless, but the second time, he clearly knew how powerful Ling Han was, and he still took it lightly? Absolutely not. So there was only one reason, and that was that Ling Han was too powerful. Hiss, the peak of the four cauldrons could not even fight back in front of him. How powerful was this guy? 5 cauldrons, 6 cauldrons. There are a few female practitioners here, and their eyes instantly lit up. A genius warrior and a genius alchemist, the combination of these two was so bright that even Gan Ping and Lin Qi could not overshadow them. Not far away, Tsang Shan crawled up from the ground. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face was full of viciousness. But he did not say anything, and just turned to leave. Wait. Ling Han stopped him. You're leaving just like that? What else do you want? Tsang Shan was indignant. I never like to provoke people, but when someone provokes me, even if I don't kill them, I have to convince them. In the future, when they see me, they have to call me brother. Ling Han smiled. Since we are all fellow disciples, I won't kill you. I'll beat you until you call me brother. He launched an attack at Tsang Shan. Although Tsang Shan was extraordinary, how could he be a match for Ling Han? He could only be continuously trampled, and screams could be heard. Everyone kept quiet out of fear, secretly thinking that Ling Han was really someone who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. But they asked themselves, if it were them, what would they do? Many people nodded their heads. Of course we'll do it. Why should we be blackmailed by you? Are you convinced? Ling Han asked with every punch. I don't give up, I don't give up, I don't give up. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Tsang Shan naturally wouldn't admit defeat. In any case, Ling Han wouldn't dare to kill him, so he could continue to be stubborn. Ling Han was very patient. He punched Tsang Shan again and again. Every punch was skillfully executed, avoiding Tsang Shan's vital points, but also causing him to suffer the most pain. These 8 or 10 punches are bearable, but it has to be like this forever. Tsang Shan couldn't take it anymore, so he finally gave in. I'm convinced, he said with his eyes closed, his face red. Peng, another punch. Tsang Shan opened his eyes. Fuck, I've already admitted defeat, and you're still fighting? What are you forgetting? Ling Han smiled slightly, but he punched again. Bang bang bang. After another dozen punches, Tsang Shan finally came to his senses and said, "Brother, I'm convinced. I'm really impressed. I'm really impressed." Ling Han nodded with satisfaction. Go. This time, Tsang Shan really didn't have any temper at all. After he got up, he bowed to Ling Han, showing the posture of a little brother, and then turned to leave. Everyone looked at Ling Han with awe. Tsang Shan was already unreachable in their eyes, but he was trampled on like a dead dog by Ling Han. What kind of difference in strength was this? At this moment, they saw a person climb out of the dry well. "It's Wu Can," he finally climbed out. Someone exclaimed. This Wu Can was the person who went down the well 3 days ago, and now he had finally climbed out. Everyone looked over and saw that there were bruises on Wu Can's hands and neck. What was even more frightening was that there was actually a palm print on his cheek. That finger was so thin and long that it was unreasonable. It was definitely not left by Wu Can himself. Could it be that there was a ghost in the well? Everyone shuddered and hurriedly asked Wu Can about it. What, 3 days? Wu Can immediately jumped up, his face full of disbelief. I only climbed for 10 minutes or so. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. This was definitely a ghost. It was impossible that they had all remembered the wrong time. Wu Can must have been confused to think of 3 days as 10 minutes. Also, what's with your face? Everyone asked again. What happened to my face? Wu Can was confused. Someone took out a mirror and showed it to him. Wu Can looked at it and was even more confused. There's nothing on my face. Everyone looked at it and something even more strange happened. The palm print on Wu Can's face had actually disappeared. This was really a ghost. What did you see in the well? Everyone asked. Nothing much, just a dry well, Wu Can said. Did you really come back? No. Wu Can shook his head. Then why did you come back? Didn't you say you wanted to go to the end? Yes. Wu Can revealed a puzzled expression, clearly very puzzled. Ling Han, on the other hand, was interested. He strode towards the dry well and looked down. It was pitch black, and he could only see a few dozen feet down. Any further down, there was only darkness. Ling Han used his eye sorcery again. This time, he could see about 100 feet down, and it was still pitch black. He jumped down and went down the well. This well was very narrow, and it was difficult for a person to turn around. Therefore, Ling Han could only slowly squeeze down. He soon became impatient. This speed was too slow. He compressed his bones, and with a crisp crackling sound, his body shrunk by half, and his body suddenly accelerated. He pressed his hands lightly on the walls of the well to maintain the current speed of his fall. He did not accelerate to the point where he could not stop. He fell, and the scenery in front of him remained unchanged. It was extremely monotonous. Ling Han was suddenly startled. How long had it been? A minute, an hour, or a day? Ling Han exerted force with both hands to stop himself. He looked down, and it was still pitch black, and he could not see the bottom. He released his divine sense and saw that there was a palm print on his cheek. The fingers were especially slender, and it was obvious that he was not human. It was the same as Wu Can's. Ling Han reached out and touched the walls of the well. At the same time, he sniffed lightly, and a smile appeared on his face. If it was someone else, they would definitely be bewitched. But unfortunately, he was not only an alchemist, but also an array master. It was very difficult for these two identities to appear in one person, but he was such a freak. Ling Han took out the demon core of the giant frog and put it in his mouth. At the same time, he opened the screen of starlight and touched the walls of the well. Yes, yes. He continued to slowly climb down, but he stopped after descending 100 zhang. It was because he saw a hole. It was extremely small, and for his body, it was simply impossible to pass through. But it did not matter. Ling Han shrank his body again and landed in the hole. How did you find out? A voice came from the front, full of surprise. Chapter 38-33. Ling Han activated his eye technique. It looked like a child. He was no more than 3 feet tall, but he had a pair of thin and long hands. However, he actually had a beard on his face. It's just an illusory formation. Coupled with some mind-confusing drugs, it's not that hard to break. He smiled. The dwarf's face was filled with disbelief. Don't say it so casually. Since ancient times, other than those big shots in the sacred ground, which disciple could break this double illusion of an array formation in drugs? Moreover, they also secretly put a palm print on people's faces, but it would quickly disappear after coming into contact with sunlight, causing an extremely strange effect. Although new students would come out of curiosity every time, as long as they were scared, they would naturally be at ease in the future. Now that he was caught by a new student, this was the first time he was exposed. You're a freak, he said weakly. Ling Han could not help but be speechless. Why did it sound so awkward to be called a freak by a dwarf? He shook his head and said, Are you the only one here? How is that possible? We, the crypt dwellers, are a huge group, the dwarf said. Come, tell me. Ling Han sat cross-legged. I can't say. This is the rule of the tribe. The dwarf hurriedly shook his head. Ling Han smiled. Looks like we need to have a good chat. In just half an hour, the dwarf had told him everything in full detail. A long time ago, the crypt dwellers encountered a natural enemy and were about to be destroyed. Fortunately, a supremacy of the 9 Sun sacred ground passed by and was soft-hearted. He saved the crypt dwellers and moved all of them to the 9 Sun sacred ground. As the name suggested, the crypt dwellers all lived in caves. In the 9 Sun sacred ground, they all lived underground and dug tunnels. However, the crypt dwellers did not live there for nothing. They had a specialty, and that was planting immortal herbs. In the huge underground space under the sacred ground, the crypt dwellers planted a large number of immortal herbs to supply the sacred ground's consumption. Therefore, one side provided protection in terms of safety, while the other side provided immortal herbs. It could be considered a mutual benefit. Ling Han's eyes sparkled. Come, let's go take a look at your immortal herb fields. Are you trying to steal the immortal medicine? The cave dweller was about to cry. How could he be so easily frightened? He'd confess everything in a muddle-headed manner. Do you think a righteous person like me would be a thief? Ling Han glared at him. I'm just looking. The cave dweller had no choice but to bring Ling Han to take a look. He did not expose the matter of the cave dwellers, but instead left behind the legend of the bottomless well. This was the bad taste of a deceased elder in the Holy Land, and it was believed that the other legends were the same. Ling Han was also very speechless. After the 9 Sun sage hid the god-slaying art, he played with the successors of the later generations. He was also thinking of ways to prank the disciples of the later generations. It did not take long before a huge herbal field appeared before Ling Han. According to the cave dweller, this was just one of the herbal fields. Ling Han smiled and said to the cave dweller, This is a little secret between us. I've never been here before, right? Yes. The cave dweller hurriedly nodded. Ling Han left. When he wanted to refine pills, he would come here for a stroll. He believed that no one would be able to discover his existence if he used the void beast's skin to conceal himself. He returned the way he came. After exiting the dry well, everyone hurriedly asked him about it. Ling Han pretended to be at a loss. There was also a palm print on his face, but it quickly disappeared after coming into contact with light. His situation was the same as Wu Can's, so no one suspected him. He then went to the stone that he could not move no matter how hard he tried. This stone was only the size of a head, and it did not look like a precious stone. It looked very ordinary, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not move it. Ling Han tried many times, but this stone could absorb energy. No matter how strong you were, it was useless. Not to mention that he could not move it, even using immortal attacks was useless. This was a little like a lecherous pig that could absorb all attacks. Ling Han then went to the cave where Ghost Sob came from. There were people forming a group here, wanting to go in and adventure. According to an elder from a holy land, there was a secret technique hidden within the cave, but it was extremely dangerous. Although entering wouldn't be life-threatening, coming out would at least result in a serious illness. But when these people heard that there was no danger to their lives and that they might even be able to obtain the secret technique, they naturally became excited. "Brother Ling, how about we go exploring together?" someone asked. Ling Han shook his head. If he was alone, he would be more nimble. If we work together, our chances of success will be greater. That person still wanted to persuade him. "Don't waste your energy. He doesn't even care about us," said one of the team members. The other three hurriedly covered his mouth. "You still don't know that Sung Shan was beaten to the point of begging for mercy? You actually dared to provoke this fiend?" Ling Han smiled faintly and walked into the cave. He had only taken a few steps when a strange sound rang out. It sounded like the wind, but also like the howl of ghosts. It caused one's hair to stand on end, and it was even more destructive to one's divine sense. Ling Han activated a screen of starlight. His secret energy reserves were incomparably deep, and he didn't care about wasting even a little bit of it. But he found that the screen of starlight couldn't block this sound. It was only slightly weakened, but it still continued to attack him. It surged into his knowledge scene, transformed into swords, wanting to unleash a great destruction. Ling Han snorted and activated the 6-word Wisdom King incantation. Although it was only a single word, it was still an emperor art. How tyrannical was it? Hiss! He shouted in his knowledge sea. Buddhist chants surged out, and those swords immediately shattered. Ling Han strode forward, but the ghost sob came again. Hiss! Ling Han chanted Buddhist chants, skillfully resisting the ghost sob. This cave was very large, and also very complicated. After walking around in circles for a very long time, the surrounding temperature suddenly dropped. Even with Ling Han's physique, he could feel the flow of his blood slowing down, even as if it was about to freeze. He couldn't help but shiver. Was there a piece of 10,000-year mysterious ice hidden in this cave? Why was it so cold? At this moment, he suddenly saw a figure floating out of a stone pillar in front of him. How could a person come out of a stone pillar? Ghost! Ling Han immediately said in his heart. In fact, phantoms could also pass through physical objects, but combined with the sudden cold environment, he was more inclined to believe that this was a ghost. Could it be that the 9 Suns sacred ground was also suppressing an underworld passage? Just as he was pondering, the Een spirit had already launched an attack towards him with a sharp shriek. Ling Han revealed a mocking expression. When the ghost approached, he punched out, and destructive energy surged. The ghost immediately had a frightened expression on its face. It quickly stopped and retreated. From its point of view, encountering destructive energy was like an ordinary person encountering a ghost. Ling Han chased after it and punched out repeatedly, destroying the ghost. According to the information obtained from Saint Gu Yang, ghosts were the enemies of all living beings. Once ghosts invaded, they would replace living beings, and the whole world would be in chaos. Therefore, when encountering ghosts, one must not show mercy. Chapter 38-34. A dead person was like an extinguished lamp. Death was death. Even if the Een spirit was brought back from the netherworld and returned to its original body, it would no longer be the same person. Een spirits had lost all the good aspects of intelligent creatures and only had extreme negative emotions. They were even more ruthless and terrifying than ferocious beasts. At least, once ferocious beasts were full, they would be too lazy to hunt. But Yin spirits were different. They only had the urge to destroy everything. Was the appearance of Yin spirits a coincidence? Had the sacred lands Almighty deliberately arranged for them to be here to prank the future disciples? Ling Han would rather believe this possibility. Otherwise, if there was an entrance to the netherworld here, it would be too dangerous. Back then, there had been a saint overseeing the place, but the heavenly sea star had still been destroyed in the battle. Now, although it was also a sacred land, there was no saint overseeing it. If a Yin spirit riot broke out, it could be imagined that the Nine Sun Star would soon be ravaged by Yin spirits and become an Azura hell. He continued forward, and soon, another Yin spirit appeared and attacked him. This was very regular, as if each Yin spirit had been set in a fixed area. Only when he entered that area would the Yin spirit attack. From the looks of it, there shouldn't be an entrance to the netherworld in the Nine Sun Star. Destructive energy was the bane of Yin spirits. Thus, the Yin spirits that others found extremely difficult to deal with were extremely simple for Ling Han. Moreover, even the 6-word Wisdom King mantra had a certain restraining effect on Yin spirits. After some effort, Ling Han finally reached the end of the cave. This was an extremely smooth stone wall. It was obvious that someone had deliberately carved it out, but it should have been very old. There were no signs of it being polished. However, there were paintings on the stone wall. As Ling Han looked at them, these static images suddenly moved and played out in his mind. This was an immortal art called the soul derivation technique. It was used to derive another soul. This second soul was very weak and couldn't be cultivated. However, it could completely change a person's appearance. At first glance, it seemed worthless, but if it was used to conceal one's identity, it would be a divine art. Ling Han couldn't help but feel excited. If he cultivated the soul derivation technique, would he be able to open a star web account? If he could even deceive the star web, it would solve the problem of Ling Han not being able to communicate with others through the star web. He silently recited the incantation, understanding it word by word. At the same time, the picture on the stone wall was also moving, as if it was explaining it to him. This had been left behind by a venerable. Back then, he had almost become a saint, and he had studied the soul the most. This soul derivation technique was just one of the techniques he had created, and it was also the work he was most proud of. Although it did not help with cultivation, he was probably the only one in the entire universe who had managed to do it. In fact, this soul derivation technique wasn't even on the Holy Land's exchange list. It could only be learned here. This mnemonic chant was too obscure. Ling Han spent an entire day before he finally grasped the gist of it. He connected to the star web and rented a time room to master this spell as soon as possible. After another 3 days, he finally felt that he could try cultivating. He separated a bit of his divine sense to change his appearance. Ling Han failed again and again. After another 2 days, he finally succeeded. With a thought, the ripples of his divine sense immediately changed. Now, even if he appeared in the outside world, most people would probably think that he was impersonating Ling Han. That was because anyone could easily imitate his appearance, but the ripples of his divine sense were fixed. Every person was a unique individual, and there was definitely no duplicate. Let's give it a try. He turned on the connection, and immediately a voice sounded, "You currently don't have an account. Would you like to register one now?" "Yes." Ling Han smiled. It was done. He could now openly appear on the star web. There was nothing to hide. He named himself Ling Han, the same as himself. Swoosh, Celestial suddenly appeared and transformed into a 5-year-old boy. He stared at Ling Han for a while, and without saying anything, turned into a shadow and disappeared. What did this mean? Had he been discovered? Ling Han shrugged. Since his account had not been cancelled, it meant that Celestial had acquiesced. That was enough. Ling Han immediately contacted Tang Yen, and the two of them became good friends. "You're finally willing to use the star web." Tang Yen looked very happy. you're still on Moonlight? Ling Han asked. Yes, many forces are looking for my Tang family now. I have to keep a low profile, Tang Yen said. Then he said loudly, when I master the turbid sky scripture, I'll settle the score with them one by one. He paused and asked, what about you? I'm in the Nine Suns sacred ground now. Wow, you even managed to pass such a perverted test. Tang Yen was shocked. How are you and that person from the Jin family now? Not bad. At least she responds when I talk to her. Ling Han could not help but sweat. You really have low requirements. I can't help it. If I had your strength, it would definitely be different. After they chatted for a while, Ling Han cut off the communication. This time, he was just testing the soul derivation technique. It was very convenient to contact him anyway. This was really a pleasant surprise. Ling Han walked back. When he passed a fork in the road, he saw a group of people running out in a sorry state. All of them were bleeding from their orifices, and they looked very dispirited. If one did not have a divine sense attack or defense method, they would only be at a disadvantage. He strode out and returned to his residence, but he saw that the big black dog was already waiting for him. Ling Han was just about to make a joke, but he saw that the big black dog was very dispirited as if it had been seriously injured. What happened? He asked in a low voice. Grandpa Dog was bullied, and your wife, the big black dog said. Ling Han was immediately angry, and his eyes emitted killing intent. He forcefully suppressed it and said in a low voice, tell me in detail. The big black dog nodded. Your monkey wife. Ling Han immediately wanted to interrupt it. The demon princess was not his wife, but if he interrupted it, the big black dog would probably argue with him for a long time. Thus, he chose to remain silent and continue listening. She was quite pretty, but she was targeted by someone. That guy was called Shui Hai, and he always circled around your monkey wife. You couldn't chase him away, the big black dog continued. Later, eldest brother couldn't help it anymore and beat that guy up. I didn't expect that guy to have an older brother, Shui Zhan, who was at the caste tripod realm. He actually bullied the young and injured the 7 children, Grandpa Dog, and Lin Luo. He even said that if the monkey wife didn't get along with his brother, he would come again. Ling Han controlled his killing intent and said, isn't there a rule in the Holy Land that caste tripod realm cultivators cannot attack Foundation establishment cultivators? If a sect did not have such a basic rule, how could it survive? Chapter 38-36. Ling Han gave Shui Zhan a good beating. The Shui brothers should be thankful that they were in the Nine Sun holy ground. Otherwise, Ling Han would not have been so polite and would have killed them directly. Good beating. Good beating, the big black dog shouted, but he resisted the urge to rush up and kick them. This was what Ling Han had specially told him. If he was alone, it would be easy to deal with. After 10 minutes of beating, the uncle of the Shui family, Shui Bingyuan, finally arrived. It was not that he did not receive Shui Zhan's call for help, but that he was serving Lu Sanjun drinking tea at that time, so he did not dare to speak. Lu Sanjun was indeed a headstrong person, but he was not stupid. If he knew that Shui Bingyuan was using his name to intimidate others, Shui Bingyuan would definitely not have a good ending. It was just a caste cauldron, so there was no need to let Lu Sanjun know. Therefore, Shui Bingyuan could only continue to endure until Lu Sanjun finished drinking tea and went to cultivate again. Only then did he get the chance to immediately attack. He was aggressive. Since he knew the Shui brothers were his clansmen, this Ling Han still dared to attack. He was really bold. Was he rebelling? How dare you? Shui Bingyuan said indifferently. He stepped into the air. This was an ability that only life core cultivators had. They finally did not need to rely on Dharma artifacts to fly, and could even step in the air. Not as bold as you. You're just a Taoist child, but you dare to indulge your clansmen and break the rules of the holy ground, Ling Han said indifferently. Do you think that the holy ground is owned by your family? Shui Bingyuan raised his eyebrows and immediately wanted to fly into a rage. He was at the life core realm, and he was also Lu Sanjuan's Daoist child. Who didn't give him some face? So what if he was a caste cauldron disciple? But Ling Han dared to laugh at him. How could he not be angry? However, the Shui brothers were still in Ling Han's hands, so he did not dare to act rashly. Let them go, he said coldly. Who are you trying to show off? Ling Han shook his head, unmoved. Humph! Shui Bingyuan released his own aura, which instantly surged like a tsunami. What a fool. Didn't he know that a martial artist with a higher cultivation realm could completely crush a martial artist with a lower cultivation realm? He didn't even need to make a move. Just his aura alone was enough to disintegrate Ling Han's battle prowess, making him unable to withstand a single blow. However, when the aura surged, Ling Han did not change in the slightest. What? Shui Bingyuan was astonished. What was going on? Could it be that the other party had some kind of secret treasure that could resist the suppression of a master's aura? It must be so. He felt slightly troubled, because this forced him to make a move. Once he made a move, the two hostages, Shui Zhan and Shui Hai, would become variables. It's impolite not to reciprocate. Ling Han attacked with his baleful aura. So what if Shui Bingyuan was at the life core realm? Shui Bingyuan was completely caught off guard. He was instantly hit and was momentarily bewildered. However, he was an expert after all, so this effect only lasted for an instant. Shui Bingyuan flew into a rage out of humiliation, his old face flushed red. His name was Dao Child, but after so many years, he had long since grown from a child to an old man. This was too shameful. The aura that he released did not affect Ling Han at all, but Ling Han's counterattack actually hit him. How could he endure this? It was a known fact that Ling Han was only at the cast tripod stage, but he was at the life core realm. Shui Bingyuan's eyes were already shooting out a chilling glow. He had the urge to kill Ling Han without any regard for the consequences. Ling Han let out a slight smile, grabbed the Shui brothers, and turned to leave. If you have the ability, come and chase me. If you can catch me, I will consider it your win. He executed near, yet worlds apart, and his speed was extremely fast. Shui Bingyuan naturally did not hesitate to give chase. A mere cast tripod, no matter how extraordinary he was just like an ant in his eyes. How could he be afraid? But he was surprised to find that Ling Han's speed was too fast. It was so fast that it did not seem like a cast tripod realm. This speed was probably the speed of someone who had just entered the life core realm. This kid should be using some kind of powerful movement skill, but the stronger a cultivation skill, the more limited the time it could be used. Movement skills were no exception. Was this kid on steroids or something? He could still maintain such a high speed while carrying two people? It was too unbelievable. But there was no other choice. He couldn't just give chase, right? Shui Bingyuan did his best to chase and slowly closed the gap. He was at the late stage of the life core realm, and his speed was naturally not something that a person who had just entered the life core realm could compare with. Seeing that the distance between him and Ling Han was getting closer, this kid suddenly braked and actually stopped. Shui Bingyuan didn't know what Ling Han was doing, but he already had an extreme vigilance against this cast tripod junior. He didn't dare to be careless and also stopped. As long as he didn't make any changes, with his life core realm strength, he would definitely be able to firmly suppress Ling Han. I have hostages in my hands. You better not come any closer. Ling Han raised the Shui brothers in his hands. PFFF. Shui Bingyuan nearly fell. He was still fearful of Ling Han a moment ago, but this kid actually showed such weakness in the blink of an eye. It was truly a surprise to him. This kid might be timid, but he even dared to provoke him. But if he was courageous, he actually wanted to use hostages to threaten him. What kind of man was this? What do you want for you to release them? Xue Bingyuan asked calmly. Let's have a good talk about compensation, Ling Han said seriously. All right, how do you want compensation? Xue Bingyuan smiled. This kid was finally afraid. This was very natural. He was a Life Core Realm elite, and behind him stood a sect master level ultimate elite. Wasn't it very normal for him to give in? Ling Han shook his head. Old man, you're wrong. It's not how I compensate, but how you compensate. What? Xue Bingyuan was stunned for a moment before he came to his senses. He couldn't help but be furious. You beat up my clansmen, and this is the first to provoke me. Moreover, you're just a caste tripod, so where did you get the courage to ask a Life Core Realm elite like me to compensate? You're really tired of living, he said darkly. Xiao, people flew over from afar, and they came one after another. There were quite a few of them. There were Lin Luo, the Empress, and the others. There were also unrelated people. When they saw Ling Han and Xue Bingyuan rushing over, they subconsciously ran over to watch the show. Xue Bingyuan was calm and unafraid. He felt that he was in the right, and even if he injured Ling Han in the end, Lu Sanjun would still protect him. Thus, he stood with his hands clasped behind his back, looking very confident. Ling Han's expression was solemn. This bastard coveted my wife, and repeatedly harassed me. After I taught him a lesson and told him to restrain himself, he actually invited his older brother, who was in the caste tripod tier, to come and beat up all my friends. However, he himself did not receive any punishment. In the end, why do they have such courage? It's because they have a Life Core Realm relative like you. He originally wanted to say that Princess Biyao was his friend, but after thinking about it, how could a friend's hatred be greater than his wife's? Thus, he changed his words at the last moment. He believed that the Empress and the demon race princess would understand. Chapter 38-37. Xiao, more people ran over. For example, Tan Meng, Jiangxiu, the three beauties on the beauty ranking were all here. They were all very concerned about this matter. In their eyes, although Ling Han was not qualified to be their son-in-law, he was still a rare talent. They wanted to recruit him, and this was a good opportunity. Ling Han would definitely not be able to solve this problem. If he settled it for Ling Han, the other party would owe him a huge favor. The rest would be easy. Of course, Xue Bingyuan would not admit it in front of everyone. He just waved his sleeve and said, nonsense. Ling Han smiled and threw Xue Zhan to the ground. Then, he patted Xue Hai's head and said, come, as the person involved, the instigator, tell me the whole story. You're talking nonsense. Xue Hai would definitely not admit it and immediately shouted. Under such circumstances, would Ling Han still dare to extort a confession? Ah! He suddenly screamed. One of his hands had been broken by Ling Han. This guy was really daring. Hiss, no wonder this guy had been staring at his face and slapping it. Had he already anticipated this scene at that time? Ling Han did not only break his arm, but also started to crush his finger bones inch by inch. The fingers were connected to the heart. How painful was this? Xue Hai screamed again and again, tears flowing down his face. Stop! Xue Bingyuan shouted angrily. However, he realized that Ling Han was full of murderous intent. He did not dare to act rashly. In this state, Ling Han would really kill someone. He could not force him into a corner. He had an idea and told Xue Hai through the connection device to temporarily let him go and admit it. In any case, he could say that it was Ling Han who forced him to confess. Xue Hai could not hold on anymore. Now that his uncle had let him go, he naturally told everything in detail. Many people did not know the whole story. After hearing it, they were all furious. If a sect did not even have basic rules, how could people cultivate in peace? This is too much. And you? Ling Han pointed at Shuezhan. Shuezhan didn't want to suffer anymore. He also wanted to confess and be lenient. However, Ling Han didn't care about the consequences. He first broke most of Shuezhan's bones before he could speak. Everyone looked at Ling Han and broke out in cold sweat. This fellow was vengeful and decisive. He must not be provoked in the future. Even Tan Meng and the other two women's beautiful eyes rippled. Could they control such a man? Ling Han smiled. All right, since you've confessed and admitted your mistakes, I'll let you go. I'll deal with you according to the sex rules. As soon as he finished speaking, his hands shook. Bang! Bang! The Shui brothers were tossed out by him, and they descended on the ground extremely far away. Everyone was stunned. What was going on? Without a hostage, how could you threaten a life dance stage expert? You were so impressive just now, but if a life core realm expert were to make a move, wouldn't you follow in the footsteps of the Shui brothers? To be confused in the head, Shui Bingyuan laughed, but his voice was cold and filled with anger. Brat, you really have guts. Uncle, kill him. Kill him. Shui Hai clamored at the side. He was trampled on by Shui Bingyuan and didn't dare to speak before, for fear of angering Ling Han. But now that he had escaped from the tiger's mouth, and with his uncle around, he naturally had no inhibitions. Although Shuezhan didn't say anything, his eyes were filled with hatred. Naturally, he hoped that Ling Han would be taught a lesson by Shui Bingyuan, and it would be best if he was killed. Ling Han smiled. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Because he was confident, Shui Bingyuan was not in a hurry to make a move. Instead, he said indifferently, shouldn't you be afraid of me? Why should I be afraid? Ling Han shook his head. I'm a disciple of a sacred ground. Who are you? You're just a Dao child. You want me to be afraid of you? Huh, do you still care about the sacred ground? Shui Bingyuan was instantly stifled. This stab hurt him. Even if he was now at the life core realm and could look down on all the disciples in this batch, when it came to status, how could a mere Dao child be put on the stage? His expression was twisted, and his eyes were spitting fire. I'm at the life core realm. You dare to disrespect a strong cultivator? This is looking down on the order of martial art, he said coldly. He couldn't bear it anymore and stepped forward, wanting to take Ling Han down. However, just as he took a step forward, he saw that the ground around him was actually lit up with lines, forming an intricate pattern. Not good, this is a formation. He shouted in his heart. Suddenly, he understood why Ling Han lured him here and why he suddenly stopped. So it was to lure him into a formation. But a mere formation made by a casting cauldron, how could it trap him? If I were you, from now on, I wouldn't move a muscle, Ling Han said slowly. Shui Bingyuan was unwilling to listen, and his foot had already landed. A mere casting cauldron, in my eyes, is no different from an ant. Bang! Instantly, the brilliance of the formation pattern flashed chaotically and shot towards Shui Bingyuan. Shui Bingyuan made a move to shatter the brilliance, but he suddenly realized that the attack power of the brilliance was not only terrifying, but also massive and endless. Even if it was him, he would only be tired of defending. He turned pale with fright. If this carried on, he would eventually collapse. It was truly unbelievable that a cast tripod realm could actually set up a life core class formation. He hurriedly broke through, wanting to kill his way out of the array formation. However, this action of his incited an even more intense backlash from the array formation. More and more brilliance surged out and shot towards him. From the outside, these lights actually formed the shape of a vase. This is the three-phase treasure bottle array. Someone recognized it. What? An array that can slaughter the life core? It can't be. Everyone exclaimed in shock, and then came to a sudden realization. No wonder Ling Han was so calm and composed. So everything was under his control. They couldn't help but sigh. Even a life core realm was toyed around by Ling Han. How awesome! Tan Meng and the other two beauties' eyes lit up, and they felt that it was time to reevaluate Ling Han's value. He was not only a great alchemist, but he also had outstanding talent in the array Dao. Such a talent was worthy of being roped in with the highest treatment. He could even be a candidate for a future husband. At this moment, the ones with the worst expressions were naturally the Shui Hai and Shui Zhan brothers. Their uncle, whom they relied on as a great wall, was actually taken care of by Ling Han just like that. It was like a dream. They looked at Ling Han and felt that this young man was basically a monster. The life core was actually suppressed by the cast cauldron. Ah! Shui Bingyuan screamed. The three-phase treasure bottle array could refine life core realm martial artists, and although he was at the late stage of the life core, he was just a Dao child. His talent in martial art naturally couldn't be that outstanding. His strength could only be considered average, and he had no way to break out of the array. Chapter 38. A beautiful romance. Hearing Shui Bingyuan's screams grow louder and louder, everyone's hair stood on end. Could it be that Ling Han wanted to refine Shui Bingyuan alive? Hiss, no one would believe such a thing. A cast cauldron had not only defeated a life core cultivator, but had also counterattacked. Wasn't this a fantasy? Moreover, there was a sect master level expert behind Shui Bingyuan. Weren't you afraid of Lu Sanjuan's thunderous rage? Brat, stop! Stop! Shui Bingyuan screamed. He really couldn't hold on any longer. If he continued to stubbornly resist, he would really be refined alive. Ling Han, however, acted as if he hadn't heard anything. His family and friends were his reverse scale, so once someone provoked him, he would definitely fiercely retaliate. He would let everyone know that this was an uncrossable bottom line. Shui Bingyuan hadn't expected Ling Han to be so ruthless. He really wanted to put himself in a dead end. He had no choice but to ask Lu Sanjun for help. Originally, he didn't want to trouble Lu Sanjun. How could a master wipe the mess of a servant? Moreover, he, a grand life core cultivator, couldn't even deal with a cast cauldron. With Lu Sanjuan's fiery temper, would she still allow him to follow her in the future? Thus, he had always wanted to rely on his own strength to escape. Now that he couldn't force his way out and begging for mercy was useless, he could only use his final move. Only by being alive would there be hope. If he died, everything would be for naught. Ling Han sneered. He began to circle around the formation. Although he seemed very casual, with every step he took, strands of psychokinesis would enter the ground to draw upon the power of heaven and earth. With his current strength, it was naturally impossible for him to move to the life core formation. However, the formation had already been formed. If he only went to add fuel to the fire, it would naturally be 100 times easier. Ah! Shui Bingyuan's screams suddenly became louder and more mournful. He felt that he couldn't hold on any longer. More importantly, Lu Sanjun was currently comprehending and searching for an opportunity to break through to the supremacy realm. Once he entered a deep meditative state, how could he be awakened by a light call from him? Ancestor! Ancestor! Save me! He desperately called for help through the connecting device, but very quickly, the device fell with a bang. It had been destroyed by the formation's refinement. He was in despair. The terrifying energy was currently refining him, making him one with heaven and earth. Wang! Right at this moment, a terrifying aura circulated. Everyone felt their vision blur, and then a white-haired, white-bearded, white-haired old man with a square face appeared on the battlefield. He exuded boundless might. Lu Sanjun, Sect Master level Almighty He made a move. With just a grab, the precious bottle that was actually formed from energy shattered with a loud rumble. How could a life core realm great formation compare to a Sect Master level attack? However, it was already too late. Within the array, Shui Bingyuan had already turned into a pile of bones. Even so, Lu Sanjun could still easily capture the fragments of consciousness emitted by this corpse. It was a lingering resentment. Who dares to kill this old man's Dao child? Lu Sanjun asked coldly. The surrounding temperature immediately plummeted. So what if they were cast cauldrons? They all shivered and wanted to wrap their arms around themselves. Ice shards continued to fall from the sky. This was a sect master level powerhouse. With a single thought, they could affect heaven and earth, and with a single anger, they could cause rivers of blood. Ancestor. Xue Zhan scrambled over. Xue Bingyuan was this junior's uncle. I am Xue Zhan. My uncle was killed by that despicable brat. He pointed at Ling Han, his eyes filled with resentment, as well as a sliver of light. Xue Bingyuan had died at the hands of Ling Han. Not only could he borrow Lu Sanjun's strength to kill Ling Han, but if he performed well, he could even use Lu Sanjun as a connection. Thus, this was an opportunity. Xue Hai was not stupid. He also ran over and knelt on the ground, pouring out Ling Han's crimes. From the mouths of these two brothers, everything was naturally Ling Han's fault. He had bullied them just because he was stronger. And after they had asked for Xue Bingyuan's help, they had been killed by Ling Han's formation. This was really twisting the truth and spouting nonsense. However, Lu Sanjuan's expression became more and more unsightly. Even if he only had to believe a little, with Xue Bingyuan's corpse lying in front of him, it was enough to make him so angry that he wanted to kill someone. How dare you? Lu Sanjun looked at Ling Han coldly. Even if your talent is peerless, you will only become a great threat in the future if you do evil. Let this old man get rid of you. He stretched out his hand. Boom, endless energy gathered, turning into a huge hand that slapped towards Ling Han. This was the attack of a sect master level powerhouse. Even if Ling Han was 100 times more monstrous, it would be useless. He could not match it at all unless he took out the heavenly flame of the primal chaos extreme thunder tower. However, Ling Han did not do so. This was because a figure shot out and blocked this attack in time. Yen Dong, what is the meaning of this? Lu Sanjun asked coldly. The person who blocked him was Yen Dong. Yen Dong chuckled. This old man is here to mediate a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Lu Sanjun sneered. My Dao child died here. Could my eyes be playing tricks on me? Yen Dong still had a smile on his face, but in his heart, he was blaming Ling Han for going overboard and actually killing someone. But on the other hand, he was also full of praise for Ling Han. How many people in history were able to forge the life-killing elixir? He was just a Dao child and not an official disciple. In Yen Dong's opinion, this wasn't a problem at all. The problem now was Lu Sanjuan's face. As long as Lu Sanjuan's face was acceptable, this matter was actually easy to settle. Ling Han, come and apologize to Elder Lu. He beckoned to Ling Han. Yes. Ling Han had a respectful expression and walked to Yen Dong's side with large strides. He then cupped his hands towards Lu Sanjun and said, this junior made a mistake and mistakenly killed Elder Lu's Dao child. I am willing to compensate. Compensate your sister. Lu Sanjun was almost angered to death. He was a cult master level expert and would care about the compensation of a puny caste tripod realm martial artist? What could he compensate? Even if he had to pay with his life, he wouldn't care. Well, was this an apology or a mockery? Good. He said in a stern tone and stared at Yen Dong. You must interfere. Yen Dong was now in a difficult position, but he was extremely tactful and said, this is the matter of the sacred ground, and we are all disciples of the sacred ground. Don't be impulsive. Lu Sanjun pretended not to hear and pointed to Xue Zhan. All right, in a month's time, this old man will guide this person and then have a life and death battle with that evil brat. Life and death battle? That would be a fight to the death. Lu Sanjun looked at Xue Zhan. Do you dare? Xue Zhan clenched his teeth and said, I dare. This was obviously an opportunity for Lu Sanjun to use extraordinary means to increase his strength crazily in a month. This was a great opportunity. Of course, it would definitely be extremely painful. To have a drastic change in his strength in a month was not just a joke. Lu Sanjun looked at Ling Han again. Do you dare? Yen Dong gave a look to Ling Han, indicating for Ling Han not to agree. Since Xue Bingyuan wasn't a disciple of the sacred ground, it didn't matter if he died. All right, Ling Han said indifferently. Chapter 3840. Ling Han didn't fight back. The best way to deal with this kind of person was to beat him up. Once he was beaten down, he would be convinced. 5 days, 10 days, half a month. Time passed quietly, and the 1-month deadline was getting closer and closer. No one knew how powerful Xue Zhan was now, because he had been staying at Lu Sanjuan's place. Who dared to break into the residence of a sect master? However, according to Lin Qi, he had been invited by Lu Sanjun to spar with Xue Zhan. When the news came out, everyone was curious. They all asked Lin Qi what level Xue Zhan's strength had reached. Lin Qi didn't say it directly. He just said that Ling Han was doomed. Wasn't that enough? Ling Han didn't care at all. In his imagination, he had already regarded Xue Zhan as an 8-cauldron cultivator. So, it wasn't strange for an 8-cauldron cultivator to tie or even defeat Lin Qi. The problem now was that the cave dwellers seemed to have realized that something was secretly eating their celestial medicine, and had already strengthened their defenses. When Ling Han had gone to steal the medicine yesterday, he had almost been discovered, because shockingly, there was an elite of the true self tier. If he wanted to steal medicine again, it would be more difficult. It couldn't be helped. Who asked Ling Han to steal every day? This would definitely arouse suspicion. Fortunately, Ling Han's cultivation was almost close to the peak of the 4-cauldron level. He didn't steal any more medicine. Instead, he focused on cultivating. Even if it wasn't half an hour before sunrise, he was still cultivating. Although the efficiency was 100 times lower, it was still meat. In the current situation, he had to seize every second. Another 7 days later, Ling Han finally reached the peak of the 4-cauldron level. He could break through to the 5-cauldron level. The basic conditions were met, but he still needed an opportunity to break through. How could he break through just because he wanted to? Ling Han went to the star web to fight. He wanted to find inspiration in the battle and take that crucial step. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Ling Han didn't make any progress. It seemed that he could only reach the 4-cauldron level. That was his limit. Of course, Ling Han didn't believe it. He wasn't fighting, but was meditating in seclusion. He emptied his mind, no longer dwelling on the battle that would take place in a few days. Instead, he went through his recent battles over and over again. Finally, he recalled the battles of the monolith ancestor king in his mind. Vast scenes appeared in his sea of consciousness on a magnificent scale. Suddenly, he was inspired. Startling Han drank a mouthful of earth spirit stone milk, sat cross-legged, and attempted to break through the 5 cauldrons. He also ate a cauldron heart pill. In his sea of consciousness, the image of an immortal cauldron appeared. Although it was fake, it could be used as a reference to construct his 5th celestial cauldron. Come life essence condensed, turning into the core of the 5th immortal cauldron. Then, with this as the foundation, it continuously strengthened. 2 days later, the breakthrough was complete. In Ling Han's sea of consciousness, the 5th cauldron had already been completed. It gently rose and fell, immortal energy scattering down. However, it only had a cauldron body, no cauldron feet. Although I'm only at the early stage of the 5th cauldron, with my battle prowess, defeating 8 cauldrons shouldn't be a problem. Even if I encounter 9 cauldrons, I believe I'll be able to put up a fight. Ling Han was full of confidence. Of course, the more cauldrons one formed, the more talented they were. This meant that such a genius battle prowess would also be stronger. In the entire universe, how many people could cultivate to 9 cauldrons at the same time? Therefore, such people were bound to have heaven-defying battle prowess. Ling Han didn't dare boast that he could beat someone a few levels above him. For example, Shi, Myriad Daos, and Heaven Splitter were all monsters like him. How could it be possible to overcome 2 or 3 levels above them? However, Shuai snickered. How could this kind of cultivation, achieved in a short amount of time and relying on the power of others, compare to Shi and Shi? Not to mention Shi, even Wu Qiuan and Yuan Tian were much stronger than him. There were still 3 days until the life and death battle. Ling Han came out of seclusion and began to wander around the sacred land, appearing extremely calm. In this sacred land, there could be secret techniques hidden everywhere. Therefore, he had just broken through, and it was not suitable for him to advance further. He needed to relax, which was perfect for treasure hunting. His luck started to improve. In just 3 short days, he actually obtained quite a few immortal techniques from the cracks in the rocks, the fish in the lake, and the eruption pattern of the volcano. Unfortunately, their levels weren't too high. Now, he really didn't care too much about the secret techniques of the sect master level. Then, in another night, it would be the day of the battle between Ling Han and Shuai. The sun rose, and Ling Han cultivated for half an hour as usual. This was something that couldn't be changed. He packed up and left. At the foot of the mountain, he saw the Empress, Hunyou, Lin Luo, Wu Qiuan, Yuan Tian, and the others were already waiting for him. Ling Han nodded at them, and then headed towards the place of the battle. This was a huge open space, and there were many people waiting there. The whole sacred land had been reinforced by generations of great elites, so not to mention caste cauldron level, even if great elites of sect master level attacked, the damage they could cause was extremely limited. Therefore, there was no need to deliberately set up a stage for this life and death battle. As expected, Lin Qi and Gan Ping didn't come, as if to tell everyone that they didn't think highly of Ling Han at all and didn't want to waste time. However, Tan Meng and the other 2 beauties all arrived. Seeing Ling Han coming, they all came up to greet him. "Senior brother Ling, if you don't have confidence, don't fight," Jiangqiu was the first to say. Exactly. Senior brother Ling is skilled in both alchemy and formations. It's not worthwhile to fight with a crude person, Jiang Yifei echoed. Tan Meng smiled sweetly. I wish senior brother Ling a triumphant return in advance. She had fought with Ling Han, and with her intelligence and wisdom, she naturally understood Ling Han's character very well. If this guy didn't have confidence, how could he agree to fight Shuai to the death? Therefore, this guy definitely had a trump card. After all, Elder Yen Dong had stood up for him before. Then, Shuai could get Lu Sanjun's help, but Ling Han couldn't. Hunyou instantly revealed a protective attitude, and looked at the 3 girls with a vigilant gaze. You 3 ugly things, Ling Han is Nyo's, don't even think about it. These words were too direct, causing the 3 girls' pretty faces to blush. They were noble ladies on the exceptional beauty ranking, and who knew how many geniuses would break their heads just to see them, but you mistakenly thought that they were here to get close to Ling Han. Ling Han hadn't spoken yet. Xiao, a swift light shot out from one of the mountain peaks, and appeared in the field in a flash. Lu Sanjun had come. He carried a person in his hand, and it was Shuai. Let's begin, he said indifferently. It was merely forging a cauldron, and he didn't even bother to take another look, so why waste time? Shuai, on the other hand, cracked his neck as if he was stretching his muscles, and then looked at Ling Han with a provocative gaze. Huh, can you block 3 of my moves? He was now bursting with confidence. With Lu Sanjun's help, he condensed 5 celestial cauldrons, making him an elite with 8 cauldrons now. Although after this battle, those 5 celestial cauldrons would disappear, there would still be seeds left behind. First, he set a small goal for himself, such as bookmarking. Chapter 38-41. What a petty man. Ling Han smiled. Who do you think you are to strut around in front of me? Ha 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 ha. Shui Zhan laughed. You're a frog in a well. You haven't reached this level yet, so you have no idea how powerful I am right now. He extended a finger. One finger is enough to defeat you. Ling Han put his hands behind his back. You're bragging to the heavens, but don't kneel in a fight. That'll be so embarrassing. Shui Zhan's eyes were cold. He really wasn't Ling Han's match when it came to bickering, so it was better to fight directly. He believed in his own strength. He was so powerful that he seemed to be able to compete with a life core realm cultivator. Suppressing a 4-cauldron cultivator would be a piece of cake. Fine, he would beat this kid down first, then slowly humiliate him. Shui Zhan made up his mind and walked towards Ling Han. As he walked, he released his cauldron. 1 sip, 2 sips, 3 sips, 4 sips. When he released the 4th cauldron, everyone couldn't help but exclaim. 4 cauldrons. Even in the entire star web, there were only 1,000 people who could cultivate 4 cauldrons. This kind of strength was enough to be in the top 1,000. No matter which sect he went to, he would be qualified to be a Taoist. However, it wasn't over yet. Shui Zhan released the 5th cauldron. Heavens! Everyone exclaimed. 5 cauldrons. Breaking through the limit was extremely difficult. This still wasn't Shui Zhan's limit. He released the 6th cauldron. In fact, he could release all of them at once, but in order to achieve the greatest effect of showing off, he chose to do it one at a time. This was shocking. As expected, everyone exclaimed. 6 cauldrons. Perhaps even Gan Ping and Lin Qi only had this kind of strength. Then, the 7th cauldron appeared. 7 cauldrons. Everyone's scalps went numb. They were speechless. No wonder Gan Ping said Ling Han was dead. 7 cauldrons. That was too terrifying. Do you think this is my limit? Shui Zhan roared, and the 8th cauldron appeared. 8 cauldrons, the peak second only to 9 cauldrons. Everyone couldn't help but look at Lu Sanjun. Was this the strength of a sect master? It had only been a month, and he had raised a heaven cauldron to 8 cauldrons. No, Shui Zhan has 5 immortal cauldrons. They were forcibly forged by Elder Lu's supreme power. It's impossible for them to last. So that's how it is. Otherwise, it would be too terrifying. Of course. If immortal cauldrons can be forged like this, then what's so strange about 8 or 9 cauldrons? You're right. However, this has left an imprint in Shui Zhan's body. In the future, it will be 10 times or even 100 times easier for him to forge a new immortal cauldron. This guy is really lucky. It can be considered a blessing in disguise. Everyone discussed animatedly, and there were always people with good eyesight and profound knowledge who spoke of Shui Zhan's current situation. This made many people envious. Perhaps Shui Zhan's limit was only 4 cauldrons, but after this incident, this guy's future limit might be 5 cauldrons or even 6 cauldrons. After all, how could it be as simple as a temporary increase in battle prowess to injure a sect master level cultivator so greatly? Right now, Shui Zhan was truly in high spirits and extremely pleased with himself. He felt that all the men were envious of him, and all the women were in love with him. This caused his vanity to expand endlessly. Kneel! He shouted loudly at Ling Han. His aura swept out like a raging wave. In the distance, many people felt their legs soften, and they almost knelt down. They couldn't help but be shocked. They were so far away, but they were still affected. This guy's strength was practically heaven-defying. However, Ling Han didn't move at all. Huh? Shui Zhan revealed a look of surprise. Why was this guy not affected in the slightest? Kneel. Ling Han also spoke. Boom, a wave of baleful aura shot out. Shui Zhan instantly felt his mind go blank, and then a strong chill arose. His legs involuntarily softened, and he knelt down. Peng, this kneel was extremely heavy, and the sound was loud and clear. Fuck, what was going on? Everyone was dumbfounded. Shuizhan was clearly awe-inspiring. With an 8-cauldron cultivation, he might not be invincible in all of the cast cauldrons, but there were very few people who could defeat him. However, in just the blink of an eye, Shuizhan knelt down. How could this not make people's eyeballs pop? However, the beautiful eyes of Tan Meng and the other 2 beauties were shining brightly. What they feared the most was a hothead like Ling Han. Such a person, whether as a subordinate, a partner, or a husband, would be an incredibly troublesome matter. Now, it was proven that Ling Han wasn't arrogant at all, but he really had the strength. This was called self-confidence. Lu Sanjuan's face instantly darkened. He had worked hard for a month, even at the expense of his own vitality, to forcibly raise Shuizhan's cultivation to 8 cauldrons. He had thought that he could trample on Ling Han and save his face. Who would have thought that before they even fought, Shuizhan would first kneel down? Was there even a need to fight? Ah! Shuizhan immediately jumped up, his face flushed. He pointed at Ling Han and said, "You actually dare to use an artifact, despicable and shameless. Otherwise, how could a 4-cauldron cultivator make him lose control of his mind?" When everyone heard this, they all had doubts. Yes, this was a bit unbelievable. Could 4 cauldrons be so strong? Don't embarrass yourself anymore. Why haven't you made your move? But at this moment, Lu Sanjun shouted in a low voice. Whether or not he had used an artifact, how could he not know? It was really shameful. His skills were inferior, and he actually said that the other had used an artifact. His face was even uglier than when he was kneeling on the ground. When they heard Lu Sanjun say this, everyone naturally understood. Ling Han hadn't used an artifact, otherwise Lu Sanjun would definitely have made the first move. Hiss, without using an artifact, Ling Han could actually make 8 cauldrons kneel. This was too terrifying. It wasn't just Tan Meng and the 3 great beauties. Now, every female disciple was looking at Ling Han with eyes full of splendor. They couldn't wait to immediately do him and cook the raw rice into cooked rice. Shuizhan gritted his teeth, and with a loud roar, he charged towards Ling Han. The cultivation of 8 cauldrons was unleashed, and he was as terrifying as a great demon king. Unfortunately, with a glare from Ling Han, Shuizhan knelt down again. This, everyone was speechless. Had he come to fight, or to perform kowtowing? Ah! Shuizhan roared again, leaped up, and charged towards Ling Han. Pa, kneeling again. Ah! Pa! Ah! Pa! Shuizhan rose up again and again, but he knelt down again and again. This kind of scene played out continuously, and it actually gave people an incomparably comical feeling. Quite a few people were already laughing out loud. What kind of life and death battle was this? It was clearly a monkey show. Shuizhan was already beyond furious. Even if he could show off his invincible might and smash Ling Han into dregs, he would definitely become a laughingstock in the future, and he would be constantly mocked by others. Therefore, his killing intent soared to the heavens. He only had one thought, and that was to tear Ling Han into 1,000 pieces. Chapter 38-42. Ling Han, do you dare fight me head-on? Shuizhan provoked. He didn't know what method the other party used. Although he was prepared, he still couldn't guard against it. He always knelt down disobediently. This was natural. This was an attack at the level of divine senses. Unless one's willpower was as firm as steel, otherwise, only the descendants of the Buddha race would be able to resist against a cast cauldron level. The 6 words Wisdom King mantra had outstanding defensive effects against spiritual attacks. Ling Han didn't want to continue acting like a monkey. He said indifferently, "Attack." Shuizhan's provocation succeeded, and he couldn't help but sneer. As long as he could unleash the battle prowess of 8 cauldrons, then he would have a crushing advantage against a 4-cauldron cultivator. Die! He rushed over and threw a punch. The battle of life and death prohibited all worldly possessions, but it didn't matter. His fists could crush everything. Ling Han shouted softly, and also shot out a punch. Bam! The 2 fists collided, instantly setting off a raging tide of energy, turning into a mushroom cloud that soared into the sky. However, the ground here was too solid. Even such an attack could only blast open a hole that was not very deep. Amidst the flashes of light, Ling Han and Shuizhan both stumbled back. What? No one dared to believe their eyes. Previously, when Shuizhan repeatedly knelt down, everyone guessed that Ling Han had mastered a powerful secret method of telekinesis. But just now, it was a real confrontation of secret forces, and it was obvious who was stronger. But what did they see? The 2 of them were actually evenly matched. How is that possible? An 8-cauldron cultivator was actually unable to crush a 4-cauldron cultivator in terms of strength. Was there still justice in this world? Was there still law? Lu Sanjun couldn't help but look at Ling Han. Originally, he didn't even bother to pay attention to a casting cauldron, but now he was suddenly curious about this young man. With his sect leader level power, he naturally saw that there were 5 cauldrons in Ling Han's Sea of Consciousness, and one of them had just been forged. 5-cauldron primary stage. Even though he was 3 cauldrons weaker, he was not at a disadvantage at all. Although Shuizhan's 5 cauldrons were fake and temporary, in such a short period of time, there was not much difference between using them and using 8 cauldrons. Lu Sanjun looked again, and his expression became serious. What did he see? It was a stone-shaped immortal cauldron. 5 elements immortal cauldron. Apart from the bronze, silver, and gold cauldrons, some geniuses had other tricks up their sleeves. When casting the cauldron, they would integrate some special substances or even the power of their bloodline, causing the cauldron to mutate. Hence, there would be the flame cauldron, the ice cauldron, and so on. The stone cauldron was not strange either. Perhaps Ling Han had the stone attribute innate divine body. But when he took a closer look, he immediately realized that something was wrong. This was no ordinary stone immortal cauldron. It was filled with a supreme aura as if it was the king of immortal cauldrons. There was actually someone who could forge such an immortal cauldron. Lu Sanjun couldn't help but cherish talents. He almost had no hope of becoming a venerable in this life, but if he could nurture a venerable disciple, the sense of accomplishment wouldn't be any less than becoming a venerable himself. In fact, he felt that Ling Han would not only be a venerable in the future, but he might even become a sage. He didn't dare to think about becoming a martial emperor. Not only did it require talent, but it also required great opportunities and great luck. For example, the 9 Suns sage was known as the strongest sage, but didn't he still lose to ancestral King Ling Tian? How is this possible? Shuizhan roared, his face filled with disbelief. Nothing is impossible, Ling Han said indifferently. I'll send you on your way in 3 moves. You really know how to dream. Shuizhan laughed coldly, his killing intent boiling. This time, he definitely had to kill Ling Han. Otherwise, his strength would quickly disappear like the receding tide, and Ling Han would still be so powerful. Then wouldn't he be bullied miserably by Ling Han in the future? Thus, this was his only chance. Kill. In a battle of life and death, killing was not a crime. He roared loudly, and connected with a high-level energy. His entire body was instantly wrapped in flames, and it was as if he had transformed into a fire god. Die. He pounced out again, activating a powerful celestial technique. As he punched out, the power of his fist transformed into a giant firebird. Its entire body was covered in dense symbols, and it flew towards Ling Han. Ling Han was fearless, and he directly faced the firebird. Peng, his fist punched out, and the firebird directly collapsed. He charged out, activating so close, yet worlds apart under his feet, and he instantly appeared in front of Shuizhan. The Daluo Heaven Paragon technique was activated, and flames similarly coiled around it. Pung! Shuizhan was instantly sent flying. He hurriedly climbed up, and just as he was about to attack, he was shocked to find that his body was burning with flames. He hurriedly tried to extinguish the flames, but found that they were extremely stubborn, and could not be extinguished. He was greatly shocked, but before he could finish his thought, he saw Ling Han charging over again. It was still the Daluo Heaven Paragon technique. Ling Han's hands turned into palms, fists, and claws, deriving the ultimate technique of the Jin clan. A series of attacks smashed down, and Shuizhan was instantly killed by him. Ling Han sighed inwardly. If he used the 3 moves of the war god, he should be able to finish him off in one blow. Sure enough, the gap between the venerable level paragon technique and the holy technique was still very, very large. But the scalps of the others were numb, and they were completely speechless. An 8 Cauldron Realm cultivator was killed by Ling Han head-on just like that. Fair and square, without any excuses. Hiss, what kind of terrifying strength was this? Gan Ping, Lin Qi, in front of such strength, even they had to kneel down and sing surrender. The eyes of all the beauties shone brilliantly. Even Tan Meng and the other 2 beauties were no exception. How could such a man not be tempted? Outstanding alchemy skills, shocking formation ability, and now added with this domineering, matchless battle prowess, even the most picky noble girl would have to let go of her reservations. Her love was like a tide, and she could not control herself. Unexpectedly, Lu Sanjun only took a deep look at Ling Han, and actually did not say a word, directly turning around and flying away. Strange. Yen Dong muttered in the crowd. This was not in line with old monster Lu's personality. He was already prepared to make a move lest Lu Sanjun kill Ling Han in a rage out of humiliation, but he did not think that Lu Sanjun would actually directly leave. Ling Han walked back, and everyone immediately swarmed over. No matter if it was men or women, they were all incredibly enthusiastic. Senior brother Ling, they all called him, with a kind of worship that came from the very marrow. Ling Han smiled at them, but did not stay. He squeezed out of the crowd, and returned with the Empress, Hunyou, and the others. The Empress was proud, and did not pay any attention to anyone, while Hunyou turned around, and made a face at Tan Meng and the other 2 girls, meaning that Ling Han was Nyou's, and they could forget about it. However, how could this possibly scare off Tan Meng and the other 2 girls? This is the husband I've been looking for. Not only is he skilled in both alchemy and formations, he is also extremely talented in martial art, and there is hope for him to become a saint in the future, Tan Meng thought. Furthermore, this guy has a glib tongue, so he should know how to flirt. If I'm with him, the rest of my life will definitely not be boring. Jiang Yifei and Jia Yingqiu had similar thoughts. The 3 girls looked at each other, hostility rising in their hearts. They had not seen the Empress and Hunyou's true appearances, so they did not regard them as opponents at all. They only felt that the 2 in front of them were the greatest enemies. Cell phones were more refreshing to read. Chapter 3844. Ling Han was going to fight with Lin Qi. The news spread to every disciple through the Holy Land's network. In an instant, everyone moved out to watch this fierce battle between a dragon and a tiger. It was not a life-and-death battle, so the use of Dharma artifacts was not prohibited. However, the challenger could choose the time and place. Therefore, Ling Han's formation skills had been destroyed. How could he set up a formation in advance? It could be said that Lin Qi was quite smart. On one side was a descendant of the imperial family. Although he was not the most powerful descendant of the Lin family, he had the imperial blood in his body. Wasn't that enough? He was ranked 207th on the star web. That was the best indication of Lin Qi's strength. On the other side was a brilliant star. He came from an ordinary family, but he was very talented in martial art. He was a 4 cauldron, well, 5 cauldron. The Holy Land later announced that Ling Han's cultivation was 5 cauldron, not 4 cauldron. Even so, it was still a fantasy that he could defeat an 8 cauldron. The battle between the two was bound to be very exciting. Early in the morning, the crowd came to the open space and waited for the two participants. Not long after, Ling Han and Lin Qi arrived at about the same time. Both of them were exactly on time, not a minute more, not a second less. Lin Qi put his hands behind his back and walked slowly to the center of the field. He had a faint smile on his face, but deep down, he was very angry. He had always been dismissive of Ling Han. Why did he suddenly challenge him this time? It was simple, beautiful. He had always been pursuing Jiang Yifei, while Gan Ping had his eyes on Tan Meng. This was no secret. However, Jiang Yifei was cold and indifferent towards him, and acted as if she did not see his attentiveness. Yet, she still went to Ling Han's place every day. How could he not be furious? Therefore, he wanted to take this opportunity to humiliate Ling Han and let Jiang Yifei know that he was worthy of her attention. When it came to women, even a descendant of the imperial family like Lin Qi, a genius ranked 207th on the star web, was confused and could not think calmly. Ling Han, come and see how I defeat you, he said calmly, showing his contempt for Ling Han. Ling Han smiled faintly, and strode forward to greet him. Lin Qi took out a sword that was green in color. It was a replica of the Lin family's imperial weapon and also a standard ritual implement. All the important successors had one. The levels of the ritual implements varied according to their realms. However, one shouldn't look at how this was an imitation artifact. When an emperor clan took action, how could it be ordinary? This jade water sword was one of the best among the current cauldron forging magic tools. Other than the standard magic tools of the emperor clan, all other magic tools would be unable to withstand a single blow from it. Why? Because this jade water sword was forged next to an emperor weapon, it had a trace of an emperor weapon's aura. Just this was enough. Who in the world could resist an imperial weapon? If you don't want to suffer, I'll allow you to surrender, he said calmly. Ling Han laughed heartily and said, I really didn't expect you to be an expert in telling jokes. Lin Qi wasn't infuriated. He wasn't a match for Gan Ping on the star web, but he believed that he would be able to win in the real world. This was because the star web battle excluded all external factors such as ritual implements and talisman soldiers. This was fair and unfair at the same time. I'm a descendant of the Emperor clan. Why can't I crush you with resources? How long can you be so stubborn? Lin Qi said calmly. In the face of absolute power, you're just a clown. Ling Han shook his head. The more disdainful you sound now, the more face you'll lose when the time comes. That's impossible. Lin Qi was brimming with confidence. He slashed with the jade water sword in his hand, and shwa, a flash of sword qi sliced towards Ling Han. It turned into a green ribbon, and there was a frightening brilliance flickering on it. Ling Han opened the star light screen and took the attack head-on. Peng, the sword qi slashed past, and the star light screen instantly shattered. However, the power of the sword qi was also exhausted. Ling Han was slightly astonished. The might of this spirit tool was quite strong, actually being able to slash open his screen of starlight with a single strike. However, Lin Qi was even more shocked. He knew the background of the jade water sword, but his opponent took the attack head-on and only broke the protective shield. He wasn't injured, which made his heart tremble. I can't underestimate him, I can't underestimate him. This kid is really a demon. Alarm bells rang loudly in his mind, but his expression was calm. Moreover, he indeed had the right to do so. He had broken through Ling Han's strongest defense with a single strike. The jade water sword was indeed worthy of being a replica of an emperor weapon. Again. Lin Qi waved his sword. Shwa, shwa, shwa. A streak of sword qi slashed over. A green waterfall filled the sky, and a terrifying aura was condensing. This was the aura of the Emperor weapon, but it was too thin. With every slash of the sword, this aura would increase. When it reached a certain level, it would eventually crush everything. At least, no one in the cast tripod realm would be a match for it. Therefore, the Jade Water Sword was the strongest 2-star ritual implement. Apart from the replica of the Emperor weapon, there was no match for it. Ling Han activated his ocular sorcery and jumped in the sword chi, which was like a big net. He dodged every sword chi perfectly. It could be said to be a kind of art, which was very pleasing to the eyes. Lin Chi sneered. The attack of the sword chi was just the surface. The real killer move was the aura of the Emperor weapon, which no cast tripod could resist. After dodging a few moves, Ling Han didn't feel annoyed anymore. He directly attacked head-on, opened the star light screen, and took the sword chi head-on. When the star light screen was broken, he bombarded it with his fist. At this moment, he was more barbaric, violent, and direct than Wu Qiyuan. Lin Chi sneered and stretched out his hand to press at Ling Han. It seemed that this palm was ordinary, but he used the aura of the Emperor weapon and turned it into an indestructible dark blade. Ling Han immediately felt a strong chill. It was an intuition of danger. He jumped and didn't face head-on. You can't withstand a single blow. Lin Chi said disdainfully, but in his heart, he secretly lamented that it was a pity. If this palm had hit its mark, then with the destructive power of the aura of the Emperor weapon, Ling Han would have been seriously injured, and even left with a permanent sequela. Ling Han's eyes were fixed on the aquamarine long sword. He had a feeling that all this was because of that sword. Since Lin Chi was from the Emperor clan, this should be a replica of the Emperor weapon, and its power was naturally extraordinary. If he was a little more patient, he could definitely take down Lin Chi, but he didn't want to drag the fight for so long. I will finish you in 3 seconds, Ling Han said calmly. Lin Chi couldn't help but laugh. What a big joke. You are at a complete disadvantage now, and I am the only one who can beat you. Finish me in 3 seconds? What a joke. But Ling Han didn't mean to joke at all. Xiao, his body moved, and he charged at Lin Chi. You are seeking death. Lin Chi slashed with his sword, and at the same time, he was ready to attack with his left palm, waiting to see how Ling Han would respond. Of course, Ling Han charged head-on. Peng, the star light screen collapsed, but he also broke through the sword chi and charged at Lin Chi. Lin Chi sneered, and his left hand slapped out. The aura of the Emperor weapon was hidden, and the destructive power of this palm increased infinitely. Chapter 38-45. A Beautiful Romance. The chaotic Polaris Thunder Pagoda came out. Ling Han took out a quasi-emperor weapon. If even a future emperor weapon could not block his opponent's attack, then he would admit defeat. Two powerful auras collided. This was a confrontation between two emperor-level beings. However, Ling Han charged over unscathed. The aura of chaos fell, and he looked like an invincible god of war. No matter what, how could a replica with a hint of the aura of an emperor weapon fight against the Mother Gold? What cultivation level was Ling Han at? The chaotic Polaris Thunder Pagoda was the most powerful ritual implement of this level. Only a ritual implement made of Mother Gold could fight against it. Unfortunately, the Jade Water Sword in Lin Chi's hand was only a replica. Ling Han charged over. With a sizzling sound, the light of thunder shot wildly toward Lin Chi. How could Lin Chi resist it? He was instantly hit head-on. The Jade Water Sword in his hand bore the brunt of the attack and instantly exploded. In front of the Mother Gold, all ritual implements would feel inferior. This was the might of an emperor. Lin Chi looked bewildered. What was going on? This was a replica of an emperor weapon. How could it be so vulnerable? While he was in a trance, Ling Han's fist also smashed over. Peng, Lin Chi was instantly sent flying. All of this happened in a flash. No one could react. Most people were still marveling at the awesomeness of Lin Chi's ritual implement. They did not expect that in the blink of an eye, the outcome of the battle was almost decided. Sure enough, it was only 3 seconds. Could Lin Chi, who had lost his ritual implement, still have the strength to fight? Lin Chi climbed up. Under the bombardment of the power of thunder, a large part of his clothes had been torn. Fortunately, his skin had been charred black by the electricity, so he was not afraid of being exposed. His situation was not good. Wounds were all over his body. These were all caused by the chaotic Polaris Thunder Pagoda. The fact that he was not directly killed showed his strength. He panted heavily and looked at the chaotic Polaris Thunder Pagoda in shock. What kind of ritual implement was this? It was too terrifying. Ling Han put away the chaotic Polaris Thunder Pagoda and said calmly, "I won't bully you." Seeing this, everyone secretly nodded. Lin Chi took out his celestial implement as soon as he came up. It was obvious that he wanted to rely on the power of the Jade Water Sword. However, Ling Han's celestial implement was obviously more powerful, but he immediately put it away and did not use it. Ling Han already possessed the demeanor of an expert, because every expert walked the path of their own strength. Which one of them would rely on external objects? Lin Chi looked at Ling Han hatefully. He had been defeated in front of so many people. This was a humiliation that he could never wash away. "You've angered me," he said coldly. Originally, he was extremely afraid of Ling Han's tower-shaped ritual implement, but now that Ling Han had put it away, he naturally had a chance of winning. He let out a great roar, and his blood and chi surged. There was also an indescribably powerful pressure, as if all the stars in the sky had to bow before him. This was because he had burned his emperor's blood. Although it was only a trace, what kind of existence was the great emperor? Even if it was extremely thin, it was still extremely terrifying. Lin Chi's eyes emitted a white light that was burning fiercely. He looked at Ling Han coldly, which was a kind of disregard on the level of life. At this moment, Lin Chi was like the great emperor when he was in the cast tripod realm. Who could resist him? Bang! Lin Chi took a step forward. It was not heavy, but everyone felt as if their hearts had been hit hard, and their faces turned pale. Thearka's aura. Ling Han finally became interested. Now, Lin Chi seemed to be possessed by the great emperor, and his combat power would have a tremendous change. The great emperor was invincible, but could he also be so at the cast tripod realm? Ling Han did not believe it. Back then, the Saint of 9 Sons had even defeated the later ancestral king Ling Tian. Therefore, even the great emperor might not be invincible throughout his life. It could only be said that after attaining the Tao, he would truly be unparalleled in the world. "Come, let's fight." Ling Han laughed and blasted towards Lin Chi. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Chi did not flinch at all. He began to exchange blows with Ling Han. All kinds of immortal skills were used at the right time, and it was too wonderful for words. However, due to the limitation of his cultivation level, Lin Chi could not use the Emperor's skill. At most, he could burst out a little, but this kind of burst naturally had to be saved for the most crucial moment. If he did not use it to win in one strike, he would use it to save his life. The two of them fought, and the treasured skills collided. It was brilliant. Lin Chi is burning his emperor's blood, which is equivalent to turning into a young great emperor. His combat power is really fierce. But the problem is that Ling Han does not have emperor's blood, and he can still withstand it. To be able to fight against a young great emperor, if this guy doesn't die, he might become a sage in the future. Become a sage. This was an unattainable peak. Even among the emperor clans, how many people could reach the sage realm? But Ling Han could fight against a young great emperor. His potential was really shocking, which was why he was so highly evaluated and had the potential to become a sage. As long as Ling Han can hold on, the one who will lose will definitely be Lin Chi. Everyone nodded. the current Lin Qi was not so powerful by himself. He was relying on burning his emperor's blood, which could only be maintained for a limited time, and the cooldown period was shockingly long. He could not do it again so soon. Therefore, as long as they fought a protracted battle, Ling Han would definitely win. Lin Qi obviously knew that, and he finally could not hold back anymore. With a shrill cry, he clasped his fingers together and formed a circle. Then, he aimed at Ling Han. Xiao, a beam of light blasted out. Instantly, everyone was blinded, and they could not see anything. This was an emperor's skill, and even he had only learned one move. However, an emperor's skill was an emperor's skill, and it was invincible among those of the same cultivation level. Ling Han did not dare to be careless. Now, it was as if Lin Qi had been possessed by a great emperor, and he was not weaker than him. Now that he had used an emperor's skill, he had to go all out. Go! He also used the demon monkey fist and blasted it out. A demon monkey with endless hostility appeared and met the beam of light. Bang! In the loud noise, a large number of symbols exploded. Light surged and shot up into the sky, turning into a huge mushroom cloud. Looking at Ling Han and Lin Qi, they were both wounded. The emperor's skills had collided and destroyed each other, but both of them were still injured. Fortunately, they were not seriously injured. Without a trace of hesitation, the two of them charged at each other again. Bang, bang, bang. The battle was extremely intense, but without the explosion of emperor's skills, neither of them could kill the other instantly. They were in a stalemate. However, not long after the battle, Lin Qi's momentum plummeted. His emperor's blood had been used up. There was nothing more to say. Under the powerful attack of Ling Han, Lin Qi was quickly defeated. He did not say a word and left dejectedly. It was really embarrassing. Not only had his ritual implement been destroyed, but he had even used his last resort, burning his emperor's blood, and still suffered a crushing defeat. How could he still argue? Ling Han, on the other hand, frowned slightly. This was only a member of the emperor clans, and he was not even the strongest descendant. However, after burning his emperor's blood, he was actually able to fight evenly with him. There were so many emperor clans in the world. If 2 or 3 of them joined forces, wouldn't he be in a very passive position? No, he had to become stronger. Chapter 38-46. Ling Han was overthinking things. Even though the Arch clan could only burn their the Arch blood a limited number of times in their lives. After the Arch blood was burned, it would slowly recover, but it would be slower and slower until there was no more the Arch blood to burn. Moreover, what was Lin Qi's cultivation level? He had 6 cauldrons now. Even with the advantage of 1 cauldron, he still couldn't defeat Ling Han. What did that mean? Ling Han was stronger than young thearchs of the same level, even if it was just a little bit. If Ling Han also had 6 cauldrons, would it still be a draw if he fought with Lin Qi after burning his Arch blood? After this battle, Ling Han's position as the number 1 among the young disciples was completely established. Lin Qi had suffered a crushing defeat. So what if Gan Ping was there? He could only bear the grudge. Of course, Gan Ping wouldn't admit this, but he didn't say anything about how Ling Han couldn't be considered a hit either. However, the front door of Ling Han's residence became even more lively. The male disciples all came over to curry favor with him, while the female disciples, on the other hand, were full of tenderness. They wanted nothing more than to drug Ling Han and push him down instead. If Ling Han was a bit more promiscuous, he could be a groom every night and sleep with the beautiful disciples of the sacred ground. However, he naturally wasn't that kind of person, so he could only resist. Stunning beauties like Tan Meng and Jiang Yifei also made others envious and jealous. The following days became peaceful. Everyone made the best use of their time to cultivate while searching for the god-slaying art that the Saint of Nine's son had hidden. This was the true reason why everyone had entered the Nine Suns sacred ground. Once they obtained the god-slaying art, they would be able to obtain the Nine Sun Finger and gain control of a huge faction. In the future, they would be able to use a saint weapon to fight against others. If there was anything that happened, it was that Lin Chi took back the title of Dao Disciple, which made many people laugh their heads off. Before they knew it, everyone had been in the sacred ground for a year. At this time, many people arrived at the gate of the sacred ground, waiting for the sacred ground to open its gates again to recruit the second batch of disciples. Quick, go and see the beauties. Someone posted on the Sacred Grounds network. Peerless beauties. No matter the time, a beautiful woman would always be able to attract people's attention and excite them. Thus, many people went to watch the disciple recruitment ceremony. As a result, there was a heated discussion on the internet. There's really a beauty here. She's even more beautiful than Fairy Tan and Fairy Jia. What kind of joke is that? Fairy Tan and the others are all on the beauty rankings. Hee, why don't you go and take a look for yourself? This aroused the curiosity of many people, and all of them went to have a look. In the end, all the people that went to have a look felt unanimously that this woman's beauty was something even Tan Meng's group of 3 couldn't compare to. Of course. Do you know who she is? Someone said disdainfully. Who? Number 9 on the beauty rankings, Song Lan. What? After learning of this stunning woman's identity, everyone was shocked, but they also felt that it was only natural. She was ranked 9th on the beauty rankings, so of course she was a peerless beauty. Hey, don't have any delusions. The beauty ranked 9th on the rankings isn't someone you can touch. Can't I even think about it? Hey, do you know who accompanied Song Lan here? Who? Lu Qi. Hiss for a moment, everyone was silent. Who's Lu Qi? He was ranked 19th on the Star Web Cauldron Forging list. One had to know that in order to get into the top 100 of the rankings, there would be a considerable difference in strength for every 10 ranks. Lu Qi was ranked 19th on the Star Web, which meant that he was much stronger than Gan Ping. It was said that he had already cultivated 8 cauldrons. The 8 cauldrons that he had cultivated himself were completely different from the 8 cauldrons that Shuai had cultivated temporarily by other experts. If the two were to fight, Lu Qi would probably be able to crush Shuai with a single slap. No way, a monster in the top 20 of the Star Web actually joined the Sacred Land? It's because Lu Qi is pursuing Song Lan. Since Song Lan is here, of course Lu Qi is here as well. There's going to be a good show to watch, someone said meaningfully. Ling Han was currently the number 1 disciple of this generation, but the situation was different now that Lu Qi was here. Would it be a battle between 2 heroes, or would Ling Han quietly leave the stage? Ling Han only smiled faintly after hearing this and didn't take it to heart. Perhaps Lu Qi was indeed stronger than him now, but he was only in the late stage of the 5 cauldrons. As long as he raised his realm, he would be able to defeat someone of the same level. Moreover, he had many trump cards, such as the 3 Trigram Aquarius Array and the Chaotic Polaris Thunder Pagoda. Any one of them could kill any cast cauldron. After a few days of the assessment, Lu Qi and Song Lan naturally entered the Sacred Land without any suspense. There were other monsters in this batch, such as Su Wenbai and Ji Yuanbai, who were all ranked in the top 100 of the Star Web. In terms of beauties, there was actually another beauty on the beauty ranking, Du Qingqing, who had also entered the Sacred Land. However, because of Song Lan's existence, she naturally paled in comparison. With the addition of this batch of disciples, the Sacred Land instantly became lively. These 2 batches of people naturally formed their own teams. The first batch thought that they were seniors and had seniority, but the ones who came later were naturally dissatisfied. They had been divided into 10 batches of disciples, so naturally, they were considered one batch. How could they become seniors a year earlier? Also, what did martial art look at? Strength. Thus, the disciples of the 2 batches naturally broke out into battle. Because the number of people was about the same, and their strength was also about the same, there was no clear winner after a few battles. In the end, it was the law hall that came out and forbade this kind of large-scale group battle. Otherwise, they would be expelled from the sect. Ling Han only wanted to cultivate in peace. He wasn't in the mood to compete for first or second place. He paid no attention to the outside world, and even if the large black dog tried to instigate him again and again, he completely ignored it. But sometimes, things were like this. You didn't want to stir up trouble, but trouble would come knocking on your door. Ling Han was in the midst of concocting pills when he heard the sound of knocking on his door. If it were another alchemist, after being disturbed like this, the cauldron of pills would probably be ruined. However, Ling Han was the alchemy emperor, and he had concocted the cauldron heart pill countless times. He could still multitask and control it. He asked, "What is it?" He was already slightly angry. He had already instructed that when he was concocting pills, no one was to disturb him. "Master, an unwelcome guest has come. I have clearly told him that you are in the middle of concocting pills, and cannot see him, yet he still broke the door. He even said that he would only wait for 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, he will barge in," Mingyu said in a low voice. She was slightly aggrieved, but also revealed a strong anger. Ever since Ling Han had been crowned with the title of the strongest disciple, who would dare to be so rude? Ling Han continued to concoct pills, and said, "Ignore him." "Understood." Mingyu nodded. Pung. Indeed, after a short while, a loud sound rang out. That unwelcome guest should have grown impatient from waiting, and had barged in forcefully. Chapter 38-48. What? You want me to compensate you? Cha Hu felt a little dizzy. He had been beaten up and was riddled with wounds. Who knew how many bones in his body had been broken or even broken? Shouldn't Ling Han be the one compensating him? First of all, it's the door. I'll give you a little cheaper. Let's make it 100 stones. Ling Han began to calculate. Cha Hu immediately raised his head and looked at Ling Han. Your door is made of immortal gold, and it's worth 100 Dao stones? You're deliberately extorting money. Pa. Ling Han slapped him across the face, and said coldly, "Do you have any objections?" Yes, but he didn't dare to say it. Cha Hu lowered his head, and thought to himself, no matter what Ling Han said now, he would not object anymore. In any case, once he got away, he would just ignore it. In the future, there would naturally be Lu Qi to take care of Ling Han. A mere alchemist actually dared to make an enemy out of his master. He was truly courting death. You destroyed the house too. Ling Han continued to calculate, cheaper, even if you have 900 Dao stones. Round it up, let's make it 1,000. Damn it, is there such a way to round it up? Cha Hu wanted to refute, but when he saw Ling Han's fierce gaze, he obediently shut his mouth. And my furnace of pills, a little cheaper. I'll just take it as 100,000 Dao stones. Ling Han said again. Isn't your furnace of pills not bad? Cha Hu could not hold it in any longer, he naturally had to argue. Pa, Ling Han gave him a slap across the face. You charged over and made a move like that, which alchemist wouldn't explode their cauldrons? I didn't explode because of my ability. I used my own ability to save an alchemical pill, so what does that have to do with you? What he said made sense, it was simply impossible to refute. Cha Hu actually wanted to retort, what kind of pill are you concocting? One furnace is actually worth 100,000 Dao stones. Extortion, blatant extortion. Endure it. Once he gets away, he won't admit it. I won't bother with you about the other furniture. I'll have to trouble you to pay 101,100 Dao stones, hurry up and pay. Ling Han extended his hand. Cha Hu shook his head. Nope. Ling Han smiled. It's okay if you don't have cash. I support universe dollar transfers here. Chahu's face couldn't help but turn black. You're really thoughtful. I don't have that much money, he said weakly. No? Ling Han's expression instantly changed, and he stopped smiling. Peng, he threw a punch at him. Think about it carefully. Punch after punch, under the unceasing bombardment, Chahu finally could not hold on anymore. Yes, I do. He connected to the star web and transferred money to Ling Han's account, but it was only 73,000 universe credits. I really only have this much, he said with a sad face. He was only a tripod caster, and he was Lu Qi's subordinate. How much savings could he have? Pauper, Ling Han thought for a moment. It's okay. I'll ask your master for the rest. Chahu quickly lowered his head to hide the excitement on his face. Go ask Lu Qi for money. Ha ha ha, aren't you walking right into a trap? Go quickly. Get lost. Ling Han flew up and kicked Chahu away. Then, he went to the Holy Palace to apply. This room was broken, so he naturally had to change it. However, the Holy Palace directly arranged a cave abode for him. What was the difference between it and an ordinary room? There was an array in the cave abode that could absorb the energy of heaven and earth to speed up cultivation. It also had a protective function. As long as the owner didn't allow it, outsiders couldn't enter unless they had the strength of a sect master. Since there was such a good thing, why didn't they take it out earlier? Because the number of such cave abodes was limited, the Holy Palace hadn't decided who to give it to. However, since Ling Han's room was broken, they went with the flow and arranged a cave abode for him. Such generosity must have been pushed by someone behind the scenes. Ling Han immediately went to find Yen Dong to express his gratitude, but the result surprised him. It was because the one who really put in a lot of effort in this matter was Lu Sanjun. This person was extremely senior in the Holy Palace and was close to the end of his lifespan, so everyone had to give him some face. In addition, Ling Han was indeed a monster. He excelled in martial arts, alchemy, and array formations. Such a talent naturally needed to be nurtured. Therefore, the Holy Palace simply did him a favor and let Ling Han live in the cave abode first. Lu Sanjun must have been too shocked and his brain was damaged. In this old man's opinion, it should be curmudgeon Lu's love for talent, Yen Dong said seriously. Previously, when Shuizhan was defeated and killed, Lu Sanjun surprisingly didn't make things difficult for him. At that time, he had already suspected it. In addition to this matter, he was completely sure that Lu Sanjun really admired Ling Han very much. Moreover, people like Lu Sanjun were eccentric and easily went to extremes. If he hated someone, then he hated them very much. However, if he admired someone, then he also admired them very much. For example, although Yen Dong also admired Ling Han, he would never slap the table in public and stand up for Ling Han to live in a cave abode with many people. This old man was interesting. Ling Han decided to pay a visit to this powerful figure. The other party had done him such a big favor, so he should go and thank him. He said goodbye to Yen Dong and then went to see Lu Sanjun. After so long, Lu Sanjun naturally had a new Dao child, who was only 15 or 16 years old. However, when the young man saw Ling Han, his face suddenly turned pale. As he retreated, he said, "Don't kill me. Don't kill me." Ling Han's face couldn't help but darken. Damn, did he really have to go that far? He did kill one of Lu Sanjuan's Dao children, but it was not to the extent that he had to fight with Lu Sanjuan's Dao children and kill them every time he saw one. "Don't worry, I won't kill you," said Ling Han. Only then did the Dao child breathe a sigh of relief, but immediately said weakly, "Will you eat me?" "Where the hell did you hear that? Am I a man-eating demon?" Ling Han sighed, "Don't worry, I don't eat people either." "You didn't lie to me." The Dao child was still worried. Ling Han had an urge to beat someone up. Damn, who was it that was behind him and spreading rumors about him? When did he become a murderous demon, a man-eating monster? "No, I didn't," he said word by word. Only then did the Tao child breathe a sigh of relief and pat his chest. Now I can rest assured. With that, he turned around and walked up the mountain. Hey, 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 don't go. Ling Han hurriedly called out. The Tao child turned around, and his face turned pale again. Are you still going to eat me? No, I have something to discuss with Elder Lu, Ling Han said. He was feeling a little frantic in his heart. These words should have been said at the first instant. Oh, you're here to see Elder Lu, not to eat me. The Tao child was even more relieved. Ling Han waved his hand, go and report. He turned around and didn't look at the Tao child, afraid that he couldn't help but beat him up. Oh. The Tao child finally turned around and went up the mountain, not changing the topic. After a while, a thought sounded in Ling Han's mind, come. It was Lu Sanjun. Chapter 38-49. Ling Han was climbing the mountain. Some elders lived in the Holy Palace, but some chose to live on the mountain for peace and quiet. Lu Sanjun was one of the latter. Ling Han came to the top of the mountain and saw a thatched cottage. It didn't take up much space, and he couldn't tell at all that this was the residence of a sect master-level elite. What are you doing here? Lu Sanjun walked out of the house. Do you want to kill my Daoist boy again? The Daoist boy from before was following behind him. When he heard this, he couldn't help but shrink his neck and hide behind Lu Sanjun. Fuck, it must be this old man who spread rumors that he was a murderous demon and a man-eating monster. Ling Han was speechless. He glanced at the Daoist boy, and he was so scared that he hurriedly retracted his head that had just popped out, as if he would die if Ling Han met his eyes. Senior, I'm here to express my gratitude. He clasped his hands together. Lu Sanjun said coldly, so, you scared my Daoist boy to this extent? The Daoist boy hurriedly nodded. It was too scary. Ling Han's face darkened. All of this was deliberately slandered by you. Moreover, this Daoist boy was too timid. How could that be? Senior, you've misunderstood. He smiled. He knew that Lu Sanjun was probably still embarrassed because Ling Han had indeed killed his Daoist boy. Even if he changed his mind out of love for talent, what about his face? Thus, he had to be cold and indifferent towards Ling Han, and act like a loaded cannon. Now that he knew this, things would be easier. Ling Han was someone who hung out with the large black dog. He had a glib tongue, and could play Tai Chi too well. With a few words of praise, a smile slowly appeared on Lu Sanjun's cold face. This scared the Daoist boy. If Lu Sanjun was bewitched by Ling Han, what would he do? Would he be steamed or braised? Ling Han and Lu Sanjun talked for a long time, and he also got to know this old man again. That's right, Lu Sanjun was indeed headstrong and self-opinionated, but he was not a bad person. Previously, he trusted Xue Bingyuan too much and always thought that the people around him would not deceive him. Finally, the old man told Ling Han that if he encountered any problems during cultivation, he could come to him immediately. If he encountered any trouble, he could also come to him. Ling Han thanked him and went down the mountain. Unless he really encountered an opponent he could not match, otherwise, Ling Han would not use this relationship. Moreover, would Lu Sanjun still appreciate him if he went to look for Lu Sanjun whenever he had trouble? Ling Han went to the new cave abode. He had grasped the core of the array formation, and in the future, only he could control this cave abode. The abode wasn't big, and it was only big enough for him and a child. Thus, it was unrealistic to expect the Empress and the others to come and share the benefits brought about by the formations here. He used the communication device to inform everyone of his new residence. Instantly, not only did the Empress and the others come, but even Tan Meng, Jiang Yifei, and the other beauties also came to congratulate him. They were full of tenderness, and the attacks of tenderness came again. Just at this moment of joy and harmony, an uninvited guest suddenly came to visit. Which one is Ling Han? It was a young man in his early 20s. He was tall and slender, but not thin or weak at all. He looked like a cheetah, and could explode with terrifying power at any time. What is it? Ling Han asked. So you are Ling Han. The young man showed a proud smile. You don't have 3 arms or 4 legs, do you? These words were filled with a strong provocation. Wu Qiuan walked out, and stretched out his arm. Are you asking for a beating? Xiao, the young man dashed out, his speed astonishingly fast. In an instant, he had already charged in front of Wu Qiuan, and struck out a palm strike at his left shoulder. This strike was too fast, and even Wu Qiuan was unable to dodge it. However, this guy was born with a fondness for hand-to-hand combat, so he did not panic at all. He also threw a punch at the young man. Peng, the two of them exchanged blows, and then both retreated. Wu Qiuan's strike was slightly heavier, but his physique was strong, so he had neutralized most of the force. Thus, his injuries should be about the same as the young man's. The young man was slightly unwilling to accept this. He had clearly taken the initiative, and attacked when Wu Qiuan was unprepared, but in the end, both of them were injured. Only then did he retract his arrogance, and said, I am Qing Bao, and I am here on the orders of my master. He wants you to, he pointed at Ling Han, immediately go to my master and offer a humble apology. The time limit is 1 day. If you do not comply, my master will be very angry. Trust me, you definitely do not want to see my master angry. And your master is? Yuan Tian asked, although he already had the answer in his heart. Lu Qi, Qing Bao said proudly. As expected, it was the guy ranked 19th on the star web. Alright, that's all I have to say. Take care. Qing Bao laughed loudly, and then swaggered off. Arrogant, truly arrogant. Ling Han. Everyone looked towards Ling Han. The opponent this time was too strong. He was ranked 19th on the star web, and it was said that he had already formed 8 celestial cauldrons. This kind of strength could crush Shuizhan by many times, and he was much stronger than Lin Qi. How could Ling Han resist? It's fine. We'll deal with it when it comes. Ling Han smiled, and everyone felt relieved. Why don't we make a sneaky move tonight and cripple that brat? The large black dog suggested. Everyone's expression darkened. What kind of stupid idea was this? Did he really think that the great elites of the Holy Land were all useless? However, this matter ended in an unexpected way. Song Lan appeared and interceded with Lu Qi on behalf of Ling Han. Since the beauty he liked had appeared, Lu Qi naturally had to give her face, and said that this matter was temporarily over. After all, wasn't Lu Qi's face still important? As for how long this temporary situation would last, it would depend on Lu Qi's mood. Ling Han also felt that it was strange. He clearly didn't know this beauty Song Lan, so why would she intercede for him? However, Song Lan seemed to have forgotten about this matter, and only casually persuaded him, not taking it to heart at all. For the time being, everything returned to normal. Everyone was searching for the whereabouts of the god-slaying art, but tens of millions of years had passed, and no one had found it. How could they find it so easily now? However, no one gave up, because it was very likely that the 9-sun saint was the strongest saint in history. His 9-sun finger was unparalleled, and there were few who could match him. How powerful would the god-slaying art that the 9-sun saint had painstakingly researched in his later years be? Even if it was only a legend, everyone was still searching tirelessly, unwilling to give up. Ling Han, an ancient cave abode of a spirit transformation true lord, has been discovered recently. Do you want to go and explore it? Yuan Tian came to find him. Oh. Ling Han was slightly puzzled, and asked, why are you interested? It wasn't that he was arrogant, but the celestial techniques that they had obtained in the Holy Land were at least at the level of a spirit transformation true lord. There was absolutely no need for them to explore the cave abode of a spirit transformation true lord, right? That you're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.